Chapter 522. As Wu Yang stood up, his aura gradually diminished. Only then did everyone gather around him. When Wu Yang set down the stamp platform, Gucci asked first, "Master, how was it?" A trace of fear appeared on Wu Yang's face as he said, "I've been hesitating about advancing. Now it seems like I made the right choice. If it wasn't for a Feng, I probably wouldn't have been able to advance. It's really scary. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Every Dao Lord Patriarch who advances in their hometown is a peerless genius." This was the first time he had experienced such a breakthrough. Gucci was speechless. After a while, he said, "I want to advance to a mid-level Heaven Lord. I don't know if it's possible." Wu Yang reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "You won't have a problem. You don't even need to use the stamp platform. Just use a Feng's method." Gucci knew that a Feng's method was to use the 10,000 years spirit liquid. He didn't expect Wu Yang to praise it so much. Lei Xingfeng said, "Master, it's okay. Advancing to a mid-level Heaven Lord won't be a problem." Wu Yang said, "It's a pity. So many materials have been wasted." According to his experience of advancing, he didn't need these materials at all. A single vial of 10,000 years spirit liquid would solve all the problems. However, he wasn't confident back then. After all, he hadn't tested it. Who knew how useful the 10,000 years spirit liquid was? Gucci said, "It's not a waste. Even if we use up all the materials in the secret sect, as long as Master can advance, it's not a waste. With a Dao Lord Patriarch in the secret sect, any price was worth it." A Dao Lord Patriarch was too important to the secret sect. At this time, the others had already gathered around and were congratulating them in high spirit. Everyone was saying auspicious things. Wu Yang's face was full of smiles as he kept exchanging pleasantries with everyone. As the leader of the secret sect, it was only now that he had real confidence. Since the migration, he had watched a large group of people continuously advance, especially Lei Xingfeng, who had directly advanced from a 9th ring sage to a heavenly monarch. This had put a lot of pressure on him. Today, he could finally relax. Wu Yang smiled and said, "Gucci, in 2 days, you should start to advance as well. Try to see how far you can advance from the primary level Heaven Monarch realm. Don't use the Great Seal altar. Although that thing is a little helpful, it's not very useful." Gucci happily agreed. He now completely understood that he still had to rely on the 10,000 year spirit liquid to truly advance. With Wu Yang's exploration and experimentation, it had saved him a lot of trouble. A group of low-level cultivators began to clean the Great Seal altar, sweeping away the ashes of the shattered Yin rings. The Yin rings that hadn't been used up were their reward. One had to know that Wu Yang had used more than 100,000 Yin rings on the Great Seal altar. Because he had used the 10,000 year spirit liquid later on, there were still some Yin rings that hadn't been used up. These were the benefits of the low-level cultivators. Everyone clustered around Wu Yang and returned to the cultivation hall. Because Wu Yang still needed to stabilize his cultivation, everyone continued to watch over Wu Yang for a while. Of course, this time, they didn't all have to be there. Instead, they took turns. Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao were the first bat. Ever since Lei Xingyao advanced to the peak true monarch realm, even though she wasn't a member of the secret sect yet, her relationship with Lei Xingfeng had given her a relatively high status. Wu Yang sat in the cultivation hall and began to eat. After not eating for so many days, even though he was a Dao monarch realm ancestor, his stomach was still rumbling with hunger. Jean Depeng brought a large amount of food and placed it in front of Wu Yang. Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao also had a portion. The two of them had only eaten some simple dry rations during this time and weren't in the mood to enjoy good food at all. This time, they took the opportunity to eat as much as they could. After eating, Wu Yang went to take a bath and change his clothes. Only then did he return to the cultivation hall and sit down to complete the last step of stabilizing his cultivation. Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao sat at the entrance of the cultivation hall and guarded it. Everyone else went to do their own things. There were still many missions in the secret sect that required cultivators to complete. The black bird descended from the sky and landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder. It said, "When are you going back to the magnetic storm mountains?" Ka. Lei Xingfeng said, "Not for a while. Didn't we just go there?" Every time Lei Xingfeng went to the magnetic storm mountains, he needed a period of time to digest and absorb the energy after cultivating. He couldn't continuously cultivate in the thunder and lightning. Going too far was as bad as falling short. The black bird said, "Bird has a feeling again. I want to go to the magnetic storm mountains to cultivate." Lei Xingfeng was speechless. After a while, he said, "You finished absorbing the thunder and lightning so quickly?" The black bird said proudly, "Bird is different from others. Caw, bird's absorption is better than yours." It provoked very proudly. Lei Xingfeng said faintly, "Oh, then I won't take you." Caw. The black bird suddenly lost its temper. If Lei Xingfeng didn't take it, the black bird couldn't do anything. It wouldn't use the Mirror Realm's secret sect. Xian Yao laughed. She loved to see He Niao's embarrassment. She smiled and said, "He, Bird Buddha, you're in trouble. Brother won't bring you. You can go find Lei Yutian by yourself. He." The black bird said in a sweet voice, Grandpa, don't do this to Bird." As it said this, it attentively combed Lei Xingfeng's hair. Lei Xingyao rarely saw this side of the black bird. She was surprised and said, "Wow, brother, Bird Buddha knows how to flatter. It's so fun." Lin Ling came out from Lei Xingyao's shoulder and said, "A stupid bird, what's so fun about it?" Caw. Lei Xingfeng froze. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be jealous. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Little sister, look, Xiao Ling isn't happy." The black bird saw Lin Ling, and its eyes suddenly turned red. It cried out, "Wow, this thing is so nutritious. Caw, give it to the bird to eat." Lin Ling was scared and jumped into Lei Xingyao's collar. Half of her small head was exposed. She screamed, "The stupid bird wants to eat people. Caw, so scary." The black bird spread its wings and was about to fly away, but it was caught by Lei Xingfeng. What a joke! Lin Ling was Lei Xingyao's treasure. If she was eaten by the blackbird, then it would be big trouble. Lei Xingyao glared and said, "You dare!" The blackbird said, "Caw, good stuff, caw, it's so nutritious." It knew its stuff. Although it didn't know that Lin Ling was a spiritual creature, its intuition told it that once it ate Lin Ling, its power would increase by leaps and bounds. Lei Xingfeng was furious and said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll eat you." The blackbird cawed and was speechless. It was also afraid that Lei Xingfeng would get angry, so it quickly stopped struggling and said, Okay, on account of me, this bird will let you go." Lin Ling trembled. This little thing was very timid and liked to be jealous. Lei Xingyao quickly held her in her hands and comforted her. "Xiao Ling, don't be afraid, the black bird won't dare to eat you. Don't worry, if it dares to eat you, Big Brother will roast it and eat it." The blackbird said in fear, "Nonsense." Lei Xingfeng flicked the blackbird's head and said, "How can you say that? Don't you know how to say it?" This flick made the blackbird dizzy. After a while it shouted, "Caw, bully bird." Seeing Lei Xingfeng flick the blackbird, Lin Ling immediately became happy. She giggled and said, Okay, let's do it a few more times." The blackbird glared and said, "Caw, you don't want to live any more." Lin Ling saw the ferocious light in the blackbird's eyes and said in shock, Caw, this is a bad bird. Caw, it's scaring me again." Lei Xingyao said, "Bird Bud, shut up, don't scare our families, Xiao Ling." The blackbird wasn't stupid. It knew that if it continued to talk nonsense, not only would Lei Xingfeng not forgive it, but Lei Xingyao would also be angry. It said, Okay, this bird won't say anything. Then it muttered softly, "This bird is going to fall out of favor, such a small person, and she knows how to bewitch people's hearts." This bird is so angry, this world has changed too much, it's not easy for birds to survive, caw. Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao were amused. The blackbird was also a clown, it was still very fun to have it around. From then on, the blackbird and Lin Ling were a pair of enemies, a bird and a small person. Unless they didn't meet, there was nothing good to say. Although the blackbird didn't dare to eat Lin Ling, its intention could be seen by anyone. For the blackbird, seeing but not eating was definitely a torture. Lei Xingfeng turned to look at Wu Yang and found that Wu Yang's breath was completely restrained. He knew that the problem wasn't big. Since there was nothing to do, Lei Xingfeng began to fish for information from Lin Ling. He said, "Xiao Ling, what was in your box originally?" Lin Ling looked at him vigilantly and said, "Ying, didn't you get it? You saw everything, what's there to ask?" Lei Xingfeng acted like a good person and said, "I'm just concerned about you. Was the box originally used to store the 10,000-year spirit liquid?" Lin Ling hugged Lei Xingfeng's thumb with a suspicious look. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, she said, "It wasn't used to store the 10,000-year spirit liquid, Ying." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "It wasn't used to store the 10,000-year spirit liquid? Then what was it used to store?" Lin Ling yelled a few times but didn't answer. Lei Xingfeng asked again, "Then where did the 10,000-year spirit liquid come from?" Lin Ling's face was completely red and she mumbled, Ying, this Ying." The blackbird said, "So strange, she actually blushed." Blushed? Why? Lin Ling immediately hid her little head behind Lei Xingyao's thumb and said, Ying, I don't know, Ying." Lei Xingyao's heart ached and immediately took Lin Ling into the wooden seal and said, Okay, don't ask." Xiao Ling doesn't want to answer. In fact, she was also very curious. Lin Ling lived in the wooden seal and could talk to Lei Xingyao, but the outside world couldn't see it at all. Lei Xingyao asked in her heart, "Xiao Ling, where did the 10,000-year spirit liquid come from?" Lin Ling wasn't as shy in front of Lei Xingyao as she muttered softly, "That's the trash that Xiao Ling excreted." Lei Xingyao exclaimed in shock, Huh? She was speechless. Luckily, Xiao Ling was a spirit creature. Even if it was trash, after some time it was still an absolute treasure. Chapter 523. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Little sister, what's wrong?" Xianyao said, "No, nothing." The blackbird said, "So secretive, it's definitely not something good." Caw, this bird can guess, caw. This time it was right. This time, even Xianyao's face was slightly red. Thinking about Lin Ling's words, she was a bit shy and found it funny. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Lei Xingfeng looked at Xianyao suspiciously. He always felt that this little girl's expression was a bit unnatural, but he couldn't guess why. The brother and sister chatted and time passed quickly. A day later, Gucci and Gao Yi came to take over. Lei Xingfeng returned to his room and took out a bottle of 10,000-year-old spirit liquid. He carefully observed it in his palm. This thing was very beautiful, flashing with a faint green light. Because it was completely sealed, there was no smell. A while ago, when Wu Yang was advancing, Lei Xingfeng had smelled a very light fragrance. It was really refreshing, that feeling was definitely great. Lei Xingfeng hesitated for a moment. He almost couldn't resist the urge to break the bottle and see what this 10,000-year-old spirit liquid could do for him. Of course, in the end, he put it away. It was too wasteful to break it and absorb it now. He wasn't that extravagant. The blackbird flew in and said fawningly, "Grandpa, go to the magnetic storm mountain." Caw, this bird really wants to go. Lei Xingfeng said, "But I don't want to go. When I want to go, I'll take you there. Or, you can go find the old man, maybe he'll go." The blackbird immediately became happy and spread its wings and flew out. Lei Xingfeng took out the star python records and looked up the legend of the 10,000-year-old spirit liquid. Even in this ancient sect, no one had seen this kind of spirit treasure. Among the effects of the 10,000-year-old spirit liquid, the most famous was a life-saving spirit medicine. As long as one was still breathing, it could save them. Of course, it was also very useful for advancing and breaking through bottleneck. Of course, there were many other miraculous uses. It was definitely one of the top spirit items. As he read, he sighed. A treasure. If Xi and Yao were here, she would probably die from laughter. Soon, the black bird flew back and said, "This is so annoying. The old master is not going. Caw, the old master has to be on duty. Birds really have a hard life." Lei Xingfeng was watching with relish and was disturbed by the black bird. He said in annoyance, "Go play somewhere else, don't disturb me." The black bird had no choice but to fly out, its mouth squawking. It could hear that it was very uncomfortable. Lei Xingfeng didn't care about it. He just focused on looking at the star python record. Half a month passed very quickly. Wu Yang had completely consolidated his cultivation. Guqi had also consumed the 10,000 years spirit liquid and successfully advanced to the peak stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Unfortunately, he had not reached the Tao Monarch realm. Wu Yang knew that he had obtained a great treasure this time. Once someone reached the peak stage of the true Monarch realm or the peak stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, there would be no obstacles in their advancement. In other words, the strength of the entire secret sect would increase as a whole. Two people advancing consecutively caused a stir in the lower levels of the secret sect. Everyone knew what it meant to have a Tao Monarch realm patriarch and a peak stage Heaven Monarch realm patriarch. Everyone in the secret sect was jubilant. Wu Yang even gave out a lot of things, including cultivation resources suitable for low-level disciples. Wu Yang went into seclusion again and began refining his new secret sect. The Tao Monarch realm patriarch's secret sect was much stronger than the Heaven Monarch realm's secret sect. With the Tao Monarch realm patriarch's secret sect and the Mirror realm's secret sect, it would be much more convenient to go to the outer continent in the future. In particular, the Tao Monarch realm patriarch's secret sect could go to very far places. If Wu Yang brought Lei Xingfeng there, then the Mirror realm's secret sect would have more coordinate. Guqi went into seclusion as well. For the same reason, he wanted to upgrade his Heaven Monarch realm's secret sect. Lei Xingfeng was different. He had the Mirror realm, so he could combine it with the Mirror realm's secret sect to obtain a matching ability. It could be said that the Mirror realm's ability to cross realms was much stronger than the Tao Monarch realm patriarch. However, Lei Xingfeng still needed to discover it. Cultivation was an important indicator. Now that the two most important people in the secret sect had both advanced, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. In fact, there were already people secretly discussing that Guqi's cultivation was not as fast as his disciples, but he still held the second position in the secret sect. They all thought it was quite inappropriate. Although these discussions were unlikely to reach the ears of the higher-ups, everyone knew that there was a faint pressure. Only now did this pressure dissipate. During this period of time, many low-level cultivators began to advance. No matter what method they used, a large number of people began to advance. Especially with the large amount of resources and basic cultivation techniques, many people could advance without the need for yin rings. This place was just too suitable for cultivation. Among the direct disciples, Yu Ko had finally advanced to Monarch. Yin Yao had also successfully advanced. Neither of them had used the Great Seal altar and had quietly advanced. Bai Tianming was just one step away from advancing. He knew that he only needed to accumulate for a short period of time before he could advance. Guqi was overjoyed that two of his disciples had advanced in a row. For this reason, Guqi had specially gathered the disciples in Lei Xingfeng's front yard to celebrate the two's advancement. Yu Ko and Yin Yao were not too excited, mainly because there was another person standing in front of them. Lei Xingfeng had not only advanced to Monarch, but also directly advanced to Monarch. Compared to this, the two were not as excited. Although they were still very happy, they also secretly made up their minds to continue cultivating. Lei Xingyao used a 10,000-year spirit liquid and other precious spirit herbs to concoct 100 high-level medicines. She gave the majority of them to Lei Xingfeng. This medicine was named Life-Returning Elixir. The reason why she dared to use the word elixir was because it probably contained 10,000-year spirit liquid. Although its effects were not as good as 10,000-year spirit liquid, its medicinal effects were still shocking. This was the benefit of having a pharmacist. For normal cultivators, using 10,000-year spirit liquid was too much of a waste. As a gift, Lei Xingfeng represented his family and gave everyone some of this high-level medicine. When life-returning elixir was given away, no one paid much attention to it. Later on, they realized how precious this thing was. Whether it was healing or advancing, it was extremely useful. Every senior brother and sister received 2 elixirs, while Yu Ko and Yin Yao, who had advanced, each received 4 elixirs. After the celebration, everyone dispersed. Lei Xingfeng purposely asked Jin Daya, Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, and Ishanel to stay. These 4 were his earliest bodyguards, and Lei Xingfeng had long since treated them as family. This time, he planned to give each of them a 10,000-year spirit liquid, hoping that they could use it to advance. Lei Xingfeng said, Uncle Jin, this elixir is for you. I'll take you to the back to advance. Jin Daya was shocked. What? He had long since given up hope. If not for the Yin ring, he would have died a long time ago. Because he followed Lei Xingfeng, the Yin ring was almost freely used. Although it allowed him to extend his life, it also exhausted his potential. He did not dare to believe that there was a medicine that could allow him to advance. Lei Xingfeng said, This is your last chance. If you can't advance this time, then I have no other choice. Tiger Love said, What kind of elixir is this? It can help us advance? Lei Xingfeng said, You'll know once you try. If you don't, then you'll really be waiting for death. I believe that none of you are willing to wait for death. Mad Eagle said, Of course. No matter what it is, it's worth a try. Even if you fail, it's not a big deal. Jin Daya did not know how precious the 10,000-year spirit liquid was. He had never come into contact with it. He also did not know that Wu Yang relied on it to advance to Tao Lord. Of course, Lei Xingfeng would not say this. This item was enough to attract the attention of many experts. If it was exposed, then his days would be difficult. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was determined not to say what elixir it was. He smiled and said, Uncle Jin, I'm using you as a test subject. Don't blame me, haha. Jin Daya laughed and said, Haha, don't worry. I won't blame you anymore. Even if I die, it's not a big deal. I've lived long enough. He was very open-minded. Tiger Love said, I believe in a foam. I believe that he won't harm us. Mad Eagle said, Why don't I try it first? Jin Daya hurriedly stopped him and said, Let me try first. I'm old. Of course I have to taste the good stuff first. AI Shaner said, No matter what, we're all peak 9th ring sages, and we've been stuck in this realm for many years, unable to break through. This might be a good opportunity. Cultivating here is different from our hometown, so let's stop fighting and let old Jin do it. Jin Daya said, Okay. Shall we start now? Lei Xingfeng said, Let's go to the back. At this time, Jin Depang ran out. He was already a 9th ring sages, but he hadn't reached peak 9th ring yet. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about advancing for now. He was very curious, so he followed them to the backyard. After finding an empty space, Jin Depang deliberately moved a large blue stone and placed it on the ground. He carefully spread a layer of animal skin over it and said, It's good to sit here. Jin Daya sat down and adjusted himself. He said, What should we do? Lei Xingfeng asked, Are you familiar with the records of the basic cultivation method? Jin Daya smiled bitterly and said, Yes, very familiar. I've read it thoroughly. Unfortunately, I can only memorize it. I tried before, but I couldn't pass the first step. Lei Xingfeng smiled. He decided to use the barbaric method and directly use the 10,000-year spirit liquid to force a breakthrough. He was very confident in the 10,000-year spirit liquid. Don't worry. Just bite the bottle and absorb the liquid. Then follow the basic cultivation method. I'm sure you'll succeed. Tiger Love, Mad Eagle, and Ashanel were all in disbelief. So easy? What kind of medicine was this? Jean Dia was very obedient. He took out the 10,000-year spirit elixir and directly stuffed it into his mouth. He bit down hard, and a crisp, crunching sound rang out. In an instant, Jean Dia's face turned red. After all, his cultivation base was very low. When the 10,000-year spirit elixir entered his mouth, that huge energy immediately exploded in his mouth. Chapter 524. The reason why spirit items were called spirit items was because they contained powerful life force. Jean Dia's depleted life force began to surge at this moment. It was as if a dried-up riverbed was suddenly flooded with a large amount of fresh water. Jean Dia's aura seemed to have changed. Spitting out the dregs in his mouth, Jean Dia immediately immersed himself in cultivation. His Inli became active at this moment, and the nearly depleted Inli also began to rapidly strengthen. Jean Dia's Inli was actually on the verge of collapse. He had originally relied on the Inli ring to forcefully construct it, and then relied on the Inli ring to forcefully raise its quality. Now, the entire Inli ring was filled with cracks. He didn't dare to release his Inli ring to fight at all. Just like him, the Inli ring was filled with an aged aura. When the 10,000-year spirit liquid entered his body, the first thing to benefit was his life force, followed by his Inli ring. Like a withered tree receiving spring, the entire Inli ring glowed with a new light. When the Inli ring recovered to its peak, Jean Dia advanced step by step according to the basic cultivation method. Lei Xingfeng, Tiger Love, Mad Eagle, Ashanel, and Jean Depang all stared nervously at Jean Dia. When Jean Dia's body overflowed with life force, other than Lei Xingfeng, everyone was extremely shocked. This spirit liquid was terrifying. It was an absolute treasure that could actually increase one's life force. The 10,000-year spirit liquid's immense power quickly repaired all the flaws in Jean Dia's body, as well as his missing life force. This process was extremely short. As Jean Dia cultivated, he felt his life force surging to the extreme for the first time. At this moment, he also had the confidence to advance. After all, after cultivating for so many years, cultivation had long become his instinct. Even though he was using a new cultivation method, he didn't feel any discomfort. Slowly, an aura surged from Jean Dia's body. Although this aura was still very weak, Lei Xingfeng could already feel the potential within. He whispered, "There's hope." Jean Depang whispered, "A Feng, what's that?" He was referring to the 10,000-year spirit liquid. Seeing Jean Dia crush the bottle in his mouth immediately changed his entire being. To Jean Depang, this was definitely a temptation. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, when you reach the peak of the 9th ring, once you want to advance, come find me. I'll leave one for you." Jean Depang was one of the first people to follow him. In Lei Xingfeng's house, he was the most popular person. Anyone who came to Lei Xingfeng's house was received by him. Jean Depang was overjoyed upon hearing this and repeatedly expressed his thanks. He was no fool. Seeing Jean Dia's transformation, he knew that this thing was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Tiger Love, Mad Eagle, and Ashanel's expressions became more serious, but their eyes were filled with ecstasy. Once Jean Dia advanced, it meant that they could also advance. If even someone like Jean Dia, who was on the verge of death, could advance, then there would be no problem for them. Finally, Jean Dia's seal flew out. He needed to repair his seal. His seal was already on the verge of collapse. In the past, it was very difficult to repair it. This time, he had another chance to repair it. Of course, for Jean Dia, he had already prepared it long ago. It was just that he had never used it. He thought that he would never use it in this lifetime. Who would have thought that he would have another chance? Repairing his seal was actually very fast. All kinds of materials were thrown out and directly absorbed by the seal. Relying on the changes brought by the 10,000-year spirit liquid, Jean Dia didn't hesitate or delay. It only took him a few hours to restore his seal. The most important thing for a secret sect cultivator was the seal. Once the seal was restored, Jean Dia would completely recover. His already deteriorating body would also rapidly recover. The two were almost synchronized. Jean Dia noticed it at the first moment, and a trace of ecstasy appeared on his face. This was because he knew that there was a great chance for him to advance. Moreover, it was different from his previous cultivation method. Even if he didn't advance, he wouldn't die. If he used his previous cultivation method to advance, like Fengqianzong, if he didn't advance, then there was only one consequence: death. His nervousness immediately dissipated. Once he relaxed, advancing became much easier. After 2 full days, Jean Dia relied on the power of the 10,000-year spirit liquid to advance to the early stage of true monarch. The only pity was that most of the power of the 10,000-year spirit liquid was used to repair his seal and body. The remaining power was basically used up after he advanced to true monarch. If he waited a few more years, even if he had the 10,000-year spirit liquid, he would only be able to repair his body and seal. It would be really difficult for him to advance. At that time, even if he had 2 vials of the 10,000-year spirit liquid, it would be useless. For anyone who used the 10,000-year spirit liquid, the first time would be the most effective. It would be very difficult to have the same effect as the first time. Therefore, this thing was best used to advance. It could also be used a second time, but the effect wouldn't be as good as the first time. When the huge aura spread out, Jean Dia's eyes flickered with tears. His heart wasn't as calm as he looked on the surface. In fact, he was still afraid of death. Being able to escape this calamity naturally made him very emotional and excited. Advancing successfully meant that Jean Dia's life would be extended, and his cultivation path would continue. At this moment, he was incomparably glad. Choosing to follow Lei Xingfeng back then was a wise decision. Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, and Ishanel were also very excited. If Jean Dia could advance, then they wouldn't have any problems. Jean Depeng's mouth was wide open. Jean Dia actually advanced? This was simply inconceivable to the extreme. He was clear about Jean Dia's situation. In these years, Jean Dia rarely went out. He spent more time at home than outside. It could be said that he was just waiting to die at home. This was something Jean Dia had long since admitted. Jean Dia's advancement to true monarch was completely different from Wu Yang's advancement to Dao monarch. After all, true monarchs and Dao monarchs were 2 levels apart. Therefore, advancing to true monarch wasn't that complicated. Jean Dia used a total of 10 days to completely advance. Of course, he still had many things to do, such as consolidating his cultivation base, learning new combat skills, resetting his seal, and so on. Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, and Ishanel returned. Seeing that Jean Dia had successfully advanced, they couldn't sit still. In any case, with the 10,000-year spirit liquid, advancing wouldn't be a problem. The 3 of them didn't need Lei Xingfeng's protection. They returned to their own residences and officially entered seclusion to advance. Lei Xingfeng, on the other hand, went to Wu Yang's residence. After advancing to Dao monarch, Wu Yang's appearance had changed greatly. His original face was too feminine. Ordinary women would definitely feel inferior to him. After advancing to Dao monarch, although his appearance was still handsome, there was an additional sense of dignity and solemnity. Especially the aura that was unintentionally leaked out. Only true monarchs and heaven monarchs could withstand it. Guqi's face was stiff from smiling recently. He was really happy in his heart. He had finally advanced to the peak of heaven monarch. This was too important for him. His position in the secret sect was once again stabilized. Wu Yang sat in the middle. He now had the aura of a Tao monarch. After Lei Xingfeng came in, he sat beside him. Wu Yang smiled and said, Feng, this time we are going to the center of the continent. Will you be staying at home or coming with me? Towards Xian Feng, he was very grateful. If it wasn't for the 10,000 years spiritual liquid Xian Feng gave him, he was certain that he wouldn't have been able to pass the test. Once he advanced, it would be the day of his death. He wouldn't have been able to successfully advance. Just this point alone meant that Lei Xingfeng's contribution couldn't be ignored. Be it Wu Yang or Guqi, they both regarded Lei Xingfeng as the most important member of the secret sect. Lei Xingfeng said, Of course I will go with you. I don't want to stay at home. Staying at home was too boring. Wu Yang nodded and said, Okay, I plan to bring 2 or 3 people with me. However, someone has to stay at home. Guqi said, I still need some time to consolidate my cultivation, so I won't be going this time. Gao Yi said, I'll go too. I'm used to being a wanderer. It's annoying to always live in the same place. Wu Yang smiled and said, Okay, who else wants to go? Lei Xingyao said, I'll go with Big Brother. She was a peak true monarch and wasn't weak. However, because she was a wood cultivator, she wasn't good at fighting. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, little sister wants to go and relax. Everyone in the secret sect knew that Lei Xingfeng spoiled his little sister to the bone. Basically, she could do whatever she wanted. No matter what, as long as it was possible, Lei Xingfeng would agree. Wu Yang said, Then it's settled. The 4 of us will go together. A Tao Lord Patriarch, 2 heavenly monarchs, and a peak true monarch. This combination had no problem protecting themselves. Moreover, they had the mirror realm and could escape at any time. Thunderstorm said, I'll stay at home too. I can control the restrictions of the camp. Wu Yang was satisfied. With a lightning-type heavenly monarch like Thunderstorm, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Together with the peak heavenly monarch Guqi, there were 2 heavenly monarchs guarding the camp. As long as a large sect didn't attack, they would be safe. After arranging the camp, Wu Yang said, Okay, let's go. Wu Yang and the others walked out. As soon as they stepped out of the gate, Blackbird landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and said, Bring Bird. Actually, everyone knew that Blackbird was quite strong now. It was an important force that could be used. Wu Yang said, Bring it. Bird Butte is our hidden strength, hee. Lei Xingfeng nodded. Okay, but Bird Butte, listen to my orders. If you cause trouble, I'll throw you into the mirror realm. Blackbird said impatiently, I know, I'm not that stupid. Lin Ling's head popped out of Lei Xingyao's shoulder. She shrieked, Ying, you're a stupid bird. Without waiting for Bird Butte to reply, she disappeared. She was still holding a grudge. This stupid bird wanted to eat her, so she would find a chance to scold it. Chapter 525. The black bird chirped angrily, but it wanted to curse back, but Lin Ling wasn't here. It couldn't just curse at Lei Xianyao, that would be asking for death. Lei Xianyao wasn't weak, and even Lei Xingfeng wouldn't agree. Wu Yang smiled and said, Okay, stop bickering. He flew into the air, identified the direction, and flew towards the east. Lei Xingfeng, Gao Yi, and Lei Xianyao followed and flew into the distance. The blackbird didn't land on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder this time, but instead flew into the air with the 4. They didn't see anyone along the way, and after flying for 10 days, Lei Xingfeng finally sighed, The place we're at is indeed an abandoned wasteland, there's nothing here. Wu Yang smiled, It's not that there's nothing here. Not to mention the ore vein you found, even our harvest from the ancient ruins was worth it. After passing through a gravel field similar to the Gobi Desert, this area was rather large, and the ground was filled with all sorts of pits and large trenches. When Lei Xingfeng first saw it, he knew at a glance that there used to be many mines here, but they were all abandoned, and there were remnants of wooden houses and rotting wood fragments on the ground. Lei Xingfeng could also see some faint light. These should be the remnants of ores that had no value to be mined. Wu Yang said, This area used to have many ores, but it's a pity that they've all been dug up. No wonder our place is so desolate, and no cultivators go there." Gao Yi smiled. "When the resources of this continent are all dug up, this continent will completely decline." This distance took the 4 people and the bird 2 full days to fly out. Gradually, the surrounding environment began to change. First it was a large patch of grass, then it was a small bush, and finally it became a continuous forest, and the forest became more and more lush. From time to time, they could see the light of treasures in the forest, so Lei Xingfeng would often bring Lei Xian Yao down to dig up all sorts of herbs, some of which were precious spirit herbs. The amount was so large that it made Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xian Yao speechless. It was just too rich. Lei Xingfeng found a lot of small ore veins and recorded them in the map of the Star Python record. These could all be excavated, and although they weren't big, they were still very important to the hidden sect. The entire secret sect was now very poor. Coming here, due to the large-scale advancement, they had used up most of the materials in the secret sect. Even Xian Feng had used up most of the materials he had collected. One had to know that he had a lot of people under him. If each of them used up a bit, the total amount of materials added up would be a terrifying amount. Wu Yang was the same. He became a Dao Lord ancestor, and used up most of the materials he collected for hundreds of years. In addition to the needs of the people in the hidden sect, he was now even worse than Lei Xingfeng, so he didn't have any materials left. Lei Xingfeng recorded all the ore veins that were worth excavating, since there were a lot of idle cultivators in the hidden sect. When the time came, they would be given out as missions to the hidden sect. This forest was very large, and the terrain was very complicated. There were a few cracks in the ground that formed a large canyon, which was very spectacular. There were many ore veins and spirit herbs here, and the closer they flew to the center of the continent, the more materials there were. After flying through the forest area, Lei Xingfeng had already recorded a lot, and the Star Python record was densely packed with all kinds of ore veins. As they continued to fly, they saw a line of snow in the distance, which should be a mountain range, and from experience, they knew that the mountain range was very high. Gao Yi was happy when he saw the line of snow. He was an ice cultivator, and when he saw snow, he felt a natural sense of intimacy. Lei Xingyao's little face wrinkled. She was most afraid of the cold. The terrain began to rise and fall, and the ground was filled with streams and rivers. All kinds of water birds circled in the air, and the ground was actually a swamp. Lei Xingfeng knew that because they were flying in the air, if they walked on the ground, this path would be very difficult, and it would definitely be very difficult. The mountain grew taller as they got closer. The 4 of them flew to the foot of the mountain and looked up. Half of the mountain was covered in white snow, and they couldn't see the end of it on either side, so they didn't know the name of this mountain range. Wu Yang said, "Let's rest for a while and eat something." The 4 of them sat down, and Lei Xingfeng busied himself with boiling water. There was plenty of water here, and it was all melted water from the snow mountain. It was cold and sweet, perfect for making tea. Unfortunately, in this world, Lei Xingfeng had never had a sip of tea. There was no tradition of drinking tea here, but drinking wine was normal. After cooking a large pot of meat dishes, the 4 of them quickly ate and drank. This place wasn't suitable for eating slowly. The black bird went to find food by itself. It rarely let Lei Xingfeng feed it now, and its appetite was getting bigger and bigger. Even if Lei Xingfeng fed it, it was just a snack to it. This time, the black bird flew above the river, specifically fishing for food. Others weren't interested, but Lei Xingyao felt that it was very fun, so she also followed it to the river, holding a meat pancake in her hand, eating while watching the show. Even Lin Ling hid in her collar, peeking out her small head to peek. The black bird opened its mouth and shot out an electric current, which turned into a layer of electric net when it reached the surface of the water. Then, they saw densely packed fishes being electrocuted and flipped over on the surface of the water. There were big and small fishes, Some were as long as 5 or 6 meters, and the small ones were even flipped over. Then, the black bird turned into a giant bird and quickly pecked along the river surface. Lin Ling was scared out of her wits. This bad bird's strength was too strong, too scary. She kept letting out uneasy cries. Lei Xingyao watched in high spirits, clapping from time to time. "Bird Beard, you're so strong." The black bird's spirit was immediately lifted. Hearing someone's praise, it didn't know north, south, east, west, it proudly cawed and ate the big fishes energetically. In just a moment, the fishes that were electrocuted woke up. One by one they quickly dove into the water to escape. After releasing electricity a few times, the black bird accidentally ate too much, and for a moment its body couldn't shrink. It wobbled on the ground, looking like a giant duck walking, swaying left and right, looking very funny, making Lei Xingyao giggle. Lei Xingfeng also laughed loudly. He teased, "Bird Beard, you're so strong you actually learned to walk like a duck, haha, are you still the majestic and heroic Bird Beard? Don't tell me you've degenerated into a poultry? Ha 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 ha." The black bird was very helpless. Lei Xingyao's praise just now made it forget itself. It kept on showing off, and in the end it ate until it was full. Thinking about it, it wobbled back to the river. This time even Wu Yang and Gao Yi were attracted by it. Wu Yang said, "What does it want to do?" Gao Yi said, "Does it want to eat more?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Who knows, probably it wants to drink some water to help with digestion." Finally, the black bird turned back into a small bird, flying to the side of the 4 people and landing. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Hey, Birdbeard, if you spit it out, why do you have to destroy the evidence?" The blackbird said, "That's the bird coughing, okay, spitting out is disgusting. Don't you understand?" Everyone laughed. Wu Yang shook his head. "What a clown." Lin Ling in Lei Xingyao's collar said softly, "Stupid bird, Ing, really stupid." The black bird was furious. It spread its wings and flew up. It shouted, "Little guy, come out, let the bird eat you." Under Lei Xingyao's protection, Lin Ling became a lot braver. She said, Ing, shameless stupid bird, you only know how to bully people. Ing, big sister, big brother, will beat you up." She hid in Lei Xingyao's collar. Even if the black bird had the guts, it would not dare to offend Lei Xingyao, so it only circled in the air and threatened Lin Ling. Just talking and not acting would not scare Lin Ling. Once or twice she would be scared, but after a few times she would not be scared anymore. At first, everyone was still interested in the 2 fellows' quarrel, but soon they were sick of it. Lei Xingfeng persuaded Lin Ling to go back, and Lei Xingfeng was much more simple and violent. "Shut up, or else I will tie your mouth." The black bird shut its mouth, feeling wronged, but it still muttered softly, "She was the one who started it, and now a strange bird, it is so unfair. Bullying birds." Lei Xingfeng also found it funny. He did not expect the black bird and Lin Ling to be so incompatible. He said, "Okay, will it kill you to make way for Lin Ling?" The black bird mumbled, "She won't, bird will, it will anger me to death." Lei Xingfeng ignored it. He said, "Ancestor, I wonder if there are any sects in this mountain?" Wu Yang said, "It depends on whether the mountain is rich in resources. If it is very rich, then there is probably one. If it is very rich, then there will be more than one." Gao Yi said, "The practitioners here are very arrogant. Even if their strength is not good, they are still extremely arrogant." Lei Xingfeng said, "As long as they do not provoke us, everything will be fine. We do not cause trouble. We are not afraid of trouble. Of course, it is best to avoid conflict. After all, we are outsiders." After resting, everyone continued on their way, flying towards the mountain peak. There were still trees at the foot of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there were only some shrubs and weeds left. At the snow line, there were only some moss and low weeds left. Soon, the 4 of them flew to the snow line. The ground was covered in thick snow. After flying for a few minutes, the 4 of them finally stood at the peak. What entered their eyes was the peak. Gao Yi even flew up to the sky to look, only to see that below were densely packed snowy peaks. One could not see the end of it. Three sides were mountains and precipitous ridges, only the road behind was an endless forest. Gao Yi landed and said, "I don't know how far we have to go to get out, I feel that there will definitely be sex here." Lei Xingfeng said, "The mountain area is very big, we may not be able to meet." Chapter 526. This world was indeed big. Just for this continent alone, it was very normal to not see a single person within a few hundred miles. It was not normal to see people. As for the mountainous areas, it was even more rare to see people. Unless Wu Yang and the others bumped into a cultivation sect nearby, it was possible to meet other cultivators. However, in the wilderness of this continent, Lei Xingfeng had met two cultivators, and the results were not good. In the end, in order to establish a foothold, they even directly destroyed a small sect. Therefore, whether it was Wu Yang or Lei Xingfeng, they maintained a high level of vigilance against the cultivators here. Once the other party showed malice, they would not hesitate to kill. In this unfamiliar place, they could not act calmly and could only use force to solve all problems. The black bird said, "Bird will scout ahead." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Be careful. Don't look at how he often scolded Blackbird, but towards Blackbird, he was still very fond of it, of course he was very protective of it. Blackbird was also very smart, it knew when to play with Xian Feng and when to do things seriously." Wu Yang nodded and said, "Bird Butte is really good." Fortunately, Bird Butte had flown far away, or this guy would be showing off again. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's follow." The black bird flew towards the depths of the mountains. This thing naturally chose the right path. In the sky, it knew more than humans. Just by instinct, it was stronger than Lei Xingfeng and the others. Flying down from the top of the mountain, the black bird chose a large ice canyon. It did not want to fly high. If it flew high, not only would it be conspicuous, but it would also be easy to be a target. The black bird grasped this very well. It quickly entered the ice canyon and then flew close to the side of the canyon. Wu Yang and the others followed closely. The black bird did not fly fast. It knew that if it flew fast, it would have little ability to adapt. If it was a little slower, it would have a way to escape if it encountered danger. Lei Xingfeng landed in the canyon. There was a strange feeling in front of his eyes. He had long been used to this feeling. He hurriedly said, "Bird Butte, fly slower, fly slower." As he spoke, his eyes were already spitting out silver light. In an instant, he saw a strong light at the bottom of the canyon. It was a long belt of light, crisscrossing the bottom of the canyon. This was a large vein of ore. Although he did not know what ore it was, he knew that it should be very precious. Wu Yang said, "What's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go down to the bottom of the canyon." Gao Yi said, "Did you find any treasure?" Xian Feng nodded, "There is, but I don't know if it's a mine." Wu Yang called out, "Bird Butte, don't fly forward, stay on guard." The black bird was very happy to accept the mission. Hearing this, it cawed twice and flew up. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, Gao Yi, and Lei Xingfeng quickly landed at the bottom of the canyon. This was a world of ice and snow. There was also a thick layer of ice and snow on the ground. Lei Xingfeng said, "We have to remove this layer of ice." Gao Yi laughed, "Let me do it." The other three immediately dodged. Gao Yi stood on the ice and forcefully stomped his foot, saying, "Open!" "Kacha, kacha" sounds rang out. In an instant, a crack appeared on the ground. Gao Yi stretched out his hand and two large illusory hands directly inserted into the crack. Gao Yi was instantly suspended a meter above the ground. He then shouted, "Come!" Ka! Hong! A huge crack appeared in front of everyone. This layer of ice was not very thick, only 3 to 4 meters deep. After being removed by Gao Yi, the black soil on the ground was revealed. With this opening, the others worked together. The large illusory hands flew randomly and the layer of ice was forcefully removed. Then, the illusory hands directly inserted into the ground. In an instant, the soil on the ground was also removed, revealing the gravel below. At this time, Lei Xingfeng could already clearly see the shining light on the gravel. This gravel was the ore. Wu Yang jumped into the hole and reached out to pick up a stone, saying, "This is the ore? What kind of ore is this?" Lei Xingfeng also jumped down. He also picked up a piece of ore and carefully examined it. Because of the information he obtained from the ancient ruins, Lei Xingfeng quickly recognized that this was an ore used to make ancient crystals. In the past, the sky evolution crystal and hexagonal crystal were all invented by later generations and were used to make energy-type crystals. There was no such thing in the ancient era, but there was a type of crystal that relied on this ore to refine. In other words, this ore was a raw material for making ancient crystals, and it was one of the main materials. It was definitely something good. This kind of large ore vein was very easy for Tao Lords and Heaven Lords to excavate, especially under the layer of ice. If it was an ordinary low-level cultivator, it would be quite troublesome. After all, ordinary low-level cultivators would need to rely on tools to excavate, but Wu Yang and the others did not need them at all. The stone was full of transparent crystals, as if there were countless tiny crystals embedded in the stone. Of course, this thing was definitely not a crystal, but a brocade stone. Under the sunlight, the whole stone shone like a brocade. This is brocade stone, an ore used to refine ancient crystals. It is quite a good thing. Should we excavate immediately? If this thing is discovered by other cultivators, not even a speck of it will be left for us. Lei Xingfeng said with a smile. Wu Yang said, "Then let's dig. No matter what the material is, the more the better. We are too poor." Lei Xingfeng looked around and demarcated the area. He said, "We will each take a section and take away the main part. The rest will be excavated by others." This ore vein was in the shape of a leaf. It was a main ore belt, and then there were many small ore veins that extended out. They did not have the mood to excavate slowly, so these small ore veins were excavated by cultivators from the mirror realm. The four of them immediately spread out and started digging crazily. Relying on the illusory giant hand, they forcefully opened up the ground and dug out large chunks of ore, directly putting them into the hidden Luan space along with the gravel and soil. When they had the time, they would come back to look at them. Lei Xingfeng combined with his true body to form a giant. This was the most satisfying way to excavate. His two hands were like the giant excavators in his previous life. He inserted one hand into the ground and pulled with force. A few tons of ore were put into the hidden Luan space. Lei Xingfeng was the slowest, but she had help. Lei Xingfeng sent the blackbird to help. Although the blackbird and Lin Ling were enemies, it did not dare to offend Lei Xingyao. She was the little sister that its master doted on the most. If it bullied Lei Xingyao, it would be courting death. The blackbird was not that dumb. The man and the bird's speed also increased quickly. This ore vein was quite big. Even if their hidden Luan space was very big, it could not hold this amount of ore. After all, each of their hidden Luan space had other things to store. Lei Xingfeng said, "I will go back to the mirror realm and transfer the ore to the warehouse first." Wu Yang also noticed this problem. This was unimaginable before. In the past, the so-called ore veins could be cleaned by a few people. When had he ever seen such a large amount of ore? He said, "Okay, you go first. I will go in a bit." The four took turns going back. The mirror realm had quite a few large warehouses. Most of them were built underground. The area and space were large enough to store all sorts of ores. In a short period of time, the four of them had filled up a huge warehouse. The efficiency of the four of them was simply too high. Gao Yi sighed. In the past, without the mirror realm, even if we found such a huge ore vein, we could only fill up our hidden Luan space. We probably had to give up on the rest. Wu Yang said, "This is the benefit of having a secret door. More people is more important. For a ghost like you, even if you see something good, you can't take it away." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "He doesn't have much use for that, or it's fine as long as it's enough." Wu Yang said, How can it be enough? It's just like when we crossed the bridge. We thought we had enough food and water, but we didn't expect to be in such a mess. If you didn't insist on preparing so much food in advance, many more people would have died along the way. There will never be enough resources. Lei Xingfeng deeply felt these words. There would never be enough resources, especially when there was a secret door. No matter how many resources there were, it would never be enough. Moreover, even if they dug up a lot, they could still exchange it for other resources. It was impossible to get all the resources. Some things were not so easy to find. Lei Xingfeng said, then work hard to find and dig. A few kilometers long main vein was dug up by 4 people and 1 bird in 7 days. Of course, there were still some ore veins left, but they didn't have to worry about it. There was no time to waste here. Lei Xingfeng notified the secret door and asked a few monarchs to bring a group of low-level practitioners out of the mirror realm to dig. He asked one of the monarchs to set up a secret door for communication. Once they dug up all the ore, they could all go back. After Wu Yang arranged everything, the 4 of them set off again. The black bird was still scouting in front, and the 4 of them followed closely. A few days later, the 4 of them stopped in a canyon. This canyon was different from the ice canyon from last time. There were a lot of hot springs inside, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of plant. Among them, there were quite a lot of precious spirit herbs. The environment here was special, and places with special environments usually had good things. Lei Xingyao was very happy. Accompanied by Lei Xingfeng, she picked and transplanted all kinds of spirit herbs. Lin Ling also hid in Lei Xingyao's collar and looked around. She was very alert to this unfamiliar place. However, her love for spirit herbs was even stronger than Lei Xingyao's. Often, when she saw spirit herbs, she would scream for a while. Then, the two found a hot spring surrounded by mist. In the white mist, they saw a small patch of flowers. Lin Ling exclaimed, "Lian Nianhua, it's Lian Nianhua. Ing, I want it, I want it." Then, she rushed out. Lei Xingyao was shocked and immediately rushed over. A black shadow flashed, and then she heard Lin Ling scream. Chapter 527. Lei Xingfeng's body flashed and grabbed Lin Ling in his hand. A small black snake with the thickness of a chopstick and a foot long was coiled on the ripple pinch flower, staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling screamed in fear. "What is this thing? So scary. Ing, it scared me to death." Lei Xingfeng stared at the small snake and said after a while, "It's a pity that this snake didn't become a spirit creature. It was only nourished by the ripple pinch flower and has a bit of intelligence." Lei Xianyao said, "Crush it to death. How dare it bite my Xiao Ling?" She walked to Lei Xingfeng's side and took Lin Ling, comforting her softly. "Xiao Ling, don't be scared, don't be scared." Lin Ling hugged Lei Xianyao's thumb and said, "Ripple pinch flower is good stuff, Ing, don't let it go." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "Xiao Ling, if my sister didn't take you in, you wouldn't have lived long in the wild." Lin Ling understood, but she didn't want to admit defeat and said, Ing, I'll be very, very careful, I won't be bullied by monsters." Lei Xingfeng flicked his finger and an arc of lightning shot out. Instantly, the small black snake was electrocuted to death. This kind of black snake, unless it became a spirit creature, it wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of a cultivator. The ripple flower was a very precious spiritual herb. A mature ripple flower was as big as a bowl. It was divided into 3 colors: red, yellow, and white. The outer circle was red, the middle circle was yellow, and the center part was white. It was very beautiful as it flickered in and out of the white mist. Lin Ling said, "There shouldn't be any danger, right? Ing, let me handle this flower, okay?" Lei Xianyao said dotingly, Okay, I'll go check and see if there's any danger." How could Lei Xingfeng let his sister check? He said, I'll do it. He walked into the flower bushes and checked a little before saying, "It's fine, there are no other snakes here." Lin Ling cheered and flew from Lei Xianyao's hand and quickly landed on a ripple pinch flower. Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao squatted down to see how Lin Ling handled it. Lin Ling waved her hand, and a needle-like thing appeared in her hand. She stuck the needle into the heart of the flower and sucked it with her mouth. It was actually a pipe-like needle. Moments later, Lin Ling's face showed an intoxicated expression. Yawn, delicious, delicious. Then, she flew to another flower and continued drinking. Lei Xingfeng asked, "She's drinking nectar?" Lei Xianyao said, "I don't know, but Xiao Ling seems very happy." Lei Xingfeng counted. There were about 100 flowers. Lin Ling didn't let a single one go. She sucked them one by one, and in half an hour, they flew shakily into Lei Xingfeng's hand. She mumbled, "Ing, I drank until I'm full." Lei Xingfeng noticed that her belly was clearly bulging. Lin Ling said, "I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep." Yawn. Then, she curled up her body and fell asleep in Lei Xingyao's hand. If one listened carefully, they could even hear very light snoring sound. She was really cute to the extreme. Lei Xingyao carefully put Lin Ling into the wooden seal and said, "I'll handle the ripple pinch flowers." She took out the ebony box and carefully plucked the ripple pinch flowers. A wooden box could hold 10 ripple pinch flowers, and 10 wooden boxes were enough for her to collect them all. Afterwards, she set the coordinates of this place in her secret door so that she could come here anytime. She smiled and said, "Hee, this is a good place, I can come here every year to collect." Due to the special environment of this flower, it couldn't be transplanted. It was already a spirit herb level plant. As long as the roots weren't damaged, they could be collected once a year. With other spirit herbs and spirit plants, this place was a natural cultivation garden. Lei Xingyao thought about it and still felt that it wasn't safe. She said, "Brother, can you set up a concealment restriction?" Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Little sister, do you want to monopolize this place?" Lei Xingyao nodded. "Of course, the environment here is very special. It can grow some good spirit herbs. Once the restriction is set up, I can still transplant some spirit herbs over." Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, I can set up a simple restriction so that people in the air can't see inside. However, if they fall, there's no way to stop them." Lei Xingyao said, "Set up a concealment restriction and a bigger restriction trap." Lei Xingfeng shook his head, "No need. If we're discovered, even if there's a restriction trap here, it will be broken by people. It's all up to luck." Lei Xingyao said helplessly, If we're discovered, we won't be able to keep it. What a pity." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "It's not that hopeless. This is one of the thousands of canyons. It's impossible for practitioners to check every single one of them. The possibility of being discovered is very small. I'll go set up a concealment restriction." With the help of Wu Yang and Gao Yi, Lei Xingfeng quickly set it up. After a few hours, a simple concealment restriction was set up. Lei Xingfeng even flew up to the sky and looked down. There was a white fog below. It was impossible to see the inside of the canyon. This kind of fog was present in many canyons. If they didn't descend, they wouldn't know that there was a treasure below. Lei Xingyao happily stored the coordinates into her secret door. Through the mirror world, she could enter this place at any time. There were 70 to 80 hot springs in the canyon. Around 10 of them grew spirit herbs and spirit plant. Lei Xingyao carefully picked them and left behind enough roots to continue growing. She even moved the spirit herbs and spirit plants that could be transplanted to other hot springs. This way, she could expand the planting range of spirit herbs. The 4 people and 1 bird rested for 2 days before continuing to fly forward. The black bird was very satisfied with this task and continued to fly with the 4 people. Along the way, Xianfeng's horizons were truly broadened. After flying for a few hours, he would be able to see some ore veins or strong glows. Being busy recording and excavating, their speed naturally decreased. Originally, they would have been able to fly for 10 days, but now, after 100 days, they still weren't able to complete the journey. Wu Yang, Gao Yi, Lei Xingfeng, and Lei Xingyao were very excited. They had never seen a place with such abundant resources in their lives. It was simply too much for the eyes to take in. There were all kinds of ore veins, all kinds of spirit herbs and treasures. This made them very clear that there must be a practitioner sect here. Of course, without Lei Xingfeng's eyes, it would be very difficult to find these ore veins and treasures. This mountainous area was really too big. It was impossible to search one by one. To find these resources to a large extent, it required considerable luck. After Lei Xingfeng entered the mountainous area, he was like a fish in water. A large number of ore veins were found and marked in the topographic map of the Star Python record. At the same time, the precise location was recorded. As long as the secret door was opened in the mirror world, they could accurately find the ore veins. Halfway through, Wu Yang and the others returned to the mirror world and began to assign tasks. Some important ore veins had to be quickly excavated. Who knew if someone would beat them to it? This was the most important task. The entire secret sect was mobilized. Of course, ordinary people didn't need to go. At the very least, they had to be first ring sage or above. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng and the others recruited many experts when they crossed the natural moat. This was very important to the secret sect. First, they would excavate the important ore veins, then the rare ore veins, and then the ordinary ones. In any case, according to Wu Yang's arrangement, all the resources must be stored in the mirror world, even if they had to mobilize all the practitioners. This was their purpose in coming to this continent. As they went deeper into the mountainous area, more and more ore veins were found. It was so dense that after flying for a few hours, they could find a lot of ore veins. Not only was Lei Xingfeng surprised, but Wu Yang and Gao Yi were also surprised. The resources here were too abundant. Just as Lei Xingfeng kept marking the Star Python record, the black bird suddenly flew back. He said, "There's a town over there. Jie, this bird thinks it's a town. There are many people moving around." This bird felt something was wrong, so it flew back. Lei Xingfeng said, "How many people are there? Is there a sect here?" The black bird said, "It doesn't seem to be a sect. The town is very small. There are only a few dozen wooden houses. If it's a sect, this bird feels different. Jie, this bird thinks it's more like a camp." Lei Xingfeng said, "How far is it?" The blackbird said, "Do you see that snow mountain? You'll see it when you fly over it." Wu Yang said, "Let's go. Let's fly to the snow mountain and take a look." 4 people and a bird quickly flew up. After a while, they stood on the side of a giant ice block and looked down carefully. With Lei Xingfeng's vision, he immediately knew the reason. He said, "This is a vein of ore. The camp below should be the people who excavate the ore." He raised his eyes and looked around. He couldn't help but be surprised. My goodness, there are at least a dozen ore veins here. This is a gathering place for ores. No wonder they didn't look elsewhere. This place is enough to excavate for a long time. Wu Yang said, "More than a dozen ore veins? What kind of ore are they? Are they precious?" Looking at the light of the treasure, Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but sigh. He said, "It's incredible. Most of them are quite precious. Moreover, they are deep underground. It's a large and rich ore. Compared to the ore vein that was previously excavated, it was like the difference between a small stream and a surging river. The two were definitely not on the same level." After Lei Xingfeng saw it clearly, he couldn't help but drool. It was too tempting. After thinking about it, he gave up the temptation and said, "Even if we snatch it, the chances of success are too small. We don't know how strong the other party is. I think we should give up." Because there were relatively more resources, Lei Xingfeng was not willing to compete. Once a battle started, the higher-ups like them would be fine. However, the other cultivators in the secret sect might not be so. There would definitely be casualties. At this time, the secret sect was still very weak and its foundation was not stable. Starting a battle was not a wise thing to do. Lei Xingfeng said again, "Founder, what do you think?" Chapter 528. Wu Yang's thoughts were similar to Lei Xingfeng's. He said, "Forget it, let's give up for now." Gao Yi said, "Should we make contact with them?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Contact means battle. We've already made contact twice, and the results weren't so good." Wu Yang said, "Yeah, they seem to have a natural hostility towards outsiders. Even if we're of the same race, it's still the same. Forget it, let's leave this place." Lei Xingfeng looked deeply at the spreading treasure light below. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Let's go, what a pity." This was the first time he had seen so many mineral veins tangled together, and there was no lack of mineral veins with extremely strong treasure light. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. The 4 people and 1 bird retreated down the snow mountain, following the valley behind and flying towards the south. The black bird was still in front, and Lei Xingfeng and the others were behind. Only when they were 100 li away did Lei Xingfeng start recording. This place was the focus of his recording, and he would send people here to observe in the future. Every 10 li or tens of li, they would find various mineral veins. At the beginning, Lei Xingfeng was still a bit patient, recording even the smallest mineral veins. Later on, he gradually became impatient, and basically stopped recording if it wasn't small or medium mineral veins. Some normal mineral veins were recorded, but they were marked with unimportant marks. Only after excavating the precious mineral veins, and if there was time and manpower, would they consider excavating them. Of course, if they found an especially precious mineral vein, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't mark it on the map, but immediately start excavating and storing it in the hidden Luan space. Who knew if they would find it again in the future? So the harvest along the way made Wu Yang and Gao Yi happy. Wu Yang praised, "Afeng, your luck seems to be better than before." In fact, he knew that Lei Xingfeng must have his own special skills to be able to find the mineral deposits so easily. However, as smart as he was, he would never mention it. Everyone had their own secrets, so why should he expose them? After about 2 months, Lei Xingfeng and the other 3 finally passed through the snow mountain area. Outside of the mountain area was a large swamp. The ice and snow that flowed down from the snow mountain completely submerged the area. The ground was crisscrossed with rivers and lakes, forming a large wetland. There was a rich variety of species here, and the terrain was complex. If they wanted to pass through this area, they could only fly. As soon as he flew to the swamp wetland, the sky became gloomy. Large dark clouds covered the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the distant sky. A loud clap of thunder rolled past. If it was in his hometown, Lei Xingfeng might be very excited. However, after going to the magnetic storm mountain range, this kind of lightning and thunder no longer attracted him. The blackbird squawked, "Caw, so weak." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "It's not weak. If you don't believe me, then rush in and take a look." The blackbird wanted to show off. It said loudly, "Okay, let's see the bird." Its body flashed slightly and already flew far away. Its body began to grow. Like an eagle, the black bird directly rushed into the dark clouds. Seeing a bolt of lightning flash past, Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, Gao Yi, and Lei Xingyao all clearly saw the blackbird's figure in the lightning. Lei Xingfeng clicked his tongue and said, "This stupid bird, it wouldn't really run into the lightning, right?" The blackbird was indeed stupid. It didn't know that the lightning in the magnetic storm mountain range was specially formed through restrictions and terrain. That kind of lightning was controlled. For those who practiced the lightning system, that kind of lightning was most suitable for cultivation. However, the lightning in the wild was completely uncontrollable. The most frightening thing was that this lightning was incomparably violent. The blackbird stupidly rushed in. Gotcha! Boom! The sound of thunder came from afar and rolled over their heads. It was as if the sky was going to be crushed. Hearing it made one's soul tremble. Caw! Caw! The last caw was simply a scream. Then, the blackbird flashed and appeared in front of them. Lei Xingyao suddenly saw the blackbird and couldn't help but laugh. She also knew that this wasn't good and hurriedly covered her mouth. However, she also didn't expect that Lin Ling was hiding in her collar to watch the show. Lin Ling liked to watch the scenery. As long as there was a chance, she would slip out of the wooden seal and hide in Lei Xingyao's collar to secretly watch the outside. At this time, she also saw the blackbird. Lin Ling said, "Ayaya, what kind of monster is this?" The blackbird's appearance was a bit miserable. It flapped its wings and all the dark blue feathers on its body stood up. It was as if it was shot by countless arrows. Wisps of green smoke came out from its head. Its mouth was chattering, "Caw, why is it different from the magnetic storm mountain range? Caw caw, why is there so little lightning? It almost killed this bird, caw caw." Lei Xingfeng said, "Who told you to rush in? If you used your real body, nothing would happen. How can there be someone as stupid as you?" Only then did Lin Ling react. She said, "Caw caw, you are indeed a stupid bird." The blackbird was now more and more afraid of Lei Xingfeng. It didn't dare to say that it didn't care about him anymore. But Lin Ling wasn't afraid. It said, "You? Caw, this bird wants to eat you." Lin Ling's neck shrunk back and said, "Come and eat, stupid bird." Caw caw. The blackbird was so angry that it cawed. At this time, heavy rain suddenly poured down. It felt as if the sky was leaking. Wu Yang said, "Go down." The 4 people and 1 bird quickly flew down. In a few breaths, they were close to the ground. However, they couldn't find a place to land. There was rain everywhere, flowing on the ground. Gao Yi said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he flew close to the ground. Lei Xingyao looked up at the sky and said, "Be careful of the lightning." Even if it was a practitioner, being struck by lightning wouldn't feel good. Of course, Wu Yang and the others were very strong. Even if they were struck by lightning, it wouldn't be life-threatening. After all, it was impossible for every place to be flooded. Soon, Gao Yi saw a rocky ground that was slightly above the water surface. He said, "It's there." The few of them quickly landed on the rocky ground. This was a rocky ground that was 1 meter above the water surface. The area was about a few dozen square meters. There were a few big trees blocking the view. The 4 of them came under the big trees. Lei Xingfeng quickly set up a wooden shed. This was a wooden shed that had been made long ago. It had 4 pillars and a roof. It could be set up in a few minutes. Standing in the wooden shed and looking at the heavy rain outside, Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "In the past, I used to run around outside, hoping for a thunderstorm day. Back then, my cultivation relied on a thunderstorm day to improve quickly. But how difficult is it to find a thunderstorm day? When I stopped looking, you see, a heavy rain and thunderstorm day would arrive." Wu Yang said, "This isn't strange. In the past, in order to find a material, I really ran to countless places, but I couldn't find it. Later on, I found it by chance. Then, that material appeared one after another. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry." Lin Ling hid in Xian Yao's collar and looked at the heavy rain. She said softly, "This is a rainstorm. The lightning is so scary. Ing. Spirit creatures were naturally afraid of lightning. If they were struck by lightning, then it would be tragic." Thus, Lin Ling only looked for a moment before hiding in Xian Yao's wooden seal. It was too dangerous outside. Each of them took out a chair. Lei Xingfeng even took out a square table. The few of them sat and looked outside. Lei Xingfeng took out all kinds of food and said, "Since we can't leave, then let's eat first." Everyone relaxed. Although lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside the wooden shed, the 4 people and 1 bird were calm and unruffled. They ate the food and chatted happily. It was quite comfortable. The food that Lei Xingfeng took out were all exquisite food, specially made by Jean de Pang. The 4 of them ate with relish. Xian Yao grabbed a bag of candied fruit. This was secretly given to her by Jean de Pang to curry favor with Xian Yao. This world didn't produce sugar. Sweet food was honey. Candied fruit made with honey was the best snack. It was Xian Yao's favorite treasure. The blackbird actually also liked to eat candied fruit, but it rarely had the chance to get it. It looked at Xian Yao eagerly. After a while, it said, "Give some to the bird also likes to eat. This." It spread its wings and pointed at the candied fruit in Xian Yao's hand. Xian Yao wasn't stingy. She looked at the pitiful black bird and chuckled. She raised her hand and threw a candied fruit at the black bird. The black bird opened its mouth and caught it. The black bird didn't swallow it. Instead, it bit it repeatedly in its mouth. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like it was spitting it out and then bringing it back. This way, it could taste the sweetness of the honey. One candied fruit was enough for it to torment for a long time. The black bird ate the candied fruit purely for the sweetness, not to fill its stomach. Thus, it was very patient. Lin Ling was inside the wooden seal. She knew what was going on outside. Hiding inside the wooden seal was very lonely. Thus, Lin Ling couldn't help but poke half of her head out of the collar. She said softly, "Sister, I want some too." Ing. Xian Yao found a piece of candied fruit the size of a pinky and carefully passed it to her. She said, "For you, be careful." Lin Ling immediately stretched out her slender arms and hugged the candied fruit. To Xian Yao, this was a very small candied fruit, but to Lin Ling, it was a big piece that needed to be hugged to be able to pick it up. Lei Xingfeng looked at Lin Ling curiously and said, "She can eat too?" Lin Ling's mouth was too small. She couldn't bite the meat at all. She could only stick out her tongue and lick the candied fruit. Immediately, she beamed with joy. Ing, delicious, delicious. Lei Xingfeng realized that Lin Ling didn't like the candied fruit, but the honey on it. He had obtained a lot of honey in the past, and there was no lack of good honey. He even moved the bees into the mirror realm to raise them. These were all managed by Jean Depeng's people. Every time they harvested honey, they would give him a lot. He took out a bottle of honey and passed it to Xian Yao. "Yao Yao, give this to Xiaoling. I think she will like it." Because the bottle was sealed very well, Lin Ling didn't know it was honey. She just licked the candied fruit enthusiastically. Chapter 529. Xian Yao could tell that Lin Ling liked the honey and not the fruit. She reached out and opened the bottle. Immediately, an extremely dense and sweet aroma spread out. Lin Ling seemed to have been struck by lightning. She held the fruit in her hands and was stunned. She stared at the bottle, and the fruit in her hands immediately fell down. She was in Xian Yao's collar, and the fruit in her hands slid down her collar. Xian Yao said, "Aya, Xiao Ling, the fruit fell into your clothes." Lin Ling wanted to pick up the fruit, but it was too late. The fruit kept falling down. Xian Yao said, Okay, don't worry about it. I'll find it myself later." Lei Xingfeng looked at Lin Ling's palm-sized body and said, "Little sister, how can I eat this? Such a small person, such a big bottle." He didn't say that if Lin Ling fell into the bottle, it wouldn't be strange if she drowned. Lin Ling protested, "You're bullying me." Ing, are you bullying me because I'm small?" Lin Ling reached out her small hand and pointed at the bottle. An extremely thin thread jumped out from the honey and flew out of the bottle. This thread was formed by the honey, and it formed a parabola. One end was on the surface of the honey, and the other end fell down. Lin Ling opened her mouth and sucked, and that thin thread fell into her mouth. She sucked in a third of the honey in one gulp. Xian Yao said in shock, "You eating so much you'll be stuffed." Lin Ling sucked in 3 mouthfuls and sucked the entire bottle of honey into her mouth. Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. Wu Yang said, "She didn't eat it but put it away." Lin Ling let out a small laugh and said, "I'm full from 1 drop of honey. Of course, I'll put it away first and eat it slowly in the future." Hee ing. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Do you still want it? I have a few types of honey raised by bees, and they're all different. There's a type of honey that's made from honey collected in the garden. Xiao Ling, do you want it?" Lin Ling said, Yes, hurry up and let me have a taste." She appeared to be very excited. Ever since she left the seal, she had been worrying about what to eat to feed herself. However, Lei Xian Yao had a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual plants that she could eat, but ever since she discovered the honey, she knew that she would be able to solve the problem of food in the future. Lei Xingfeng took out 5 or 6 bottles. He opened one first and said, "This is one kind. Try it first." One bottle after another was opened for Lin Ling to taste. Finally, Lin Ling chose the honey from the cultivation garden. This honey was brewed by bees after all sorts of spirit herbs bloomed. It contained the essence of spirit herbs and spirit plants, so it naturally attracted Lin Ling's love. This kind of honey was actually not suitable for making preserves, it was more suitable for concocting medicine. However, Xian Yao did not have a suitable formula, so this honey was saved. Lei Xingfeng took them all out and said, "You like these? They're all for you." Lin Ling let Lei Xingfeng open the bottles and suck them one by one. She didn't know where she put them. There were tens of big bottles, and they were all taken by her silently. Lin Ling didn't even let go of the other types of honey. Lei Xingfeng didn't know that after Lin Ling had this honey, other than eating it herself, she would also process it to produce some natural spiritual honey. It was the best food for Lin Ling. Of course, if someone asked her for it, she would give it to them. However, no one knew yet. However, once it was produced, it definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from Lei Xian Yao. Lin Ling finally returned to the wooden seal with satisfaction. With the raw materials, she began to get busy. It was not like before, when she was lonely and empty in the wooden seal. Lin Ling was very happy now that she had something to do. Not long after, Xian Yao noticed Lin Ling's actions and secretly discussed with her. As a natural spirit being, Lin Ling naturally knew how to process many spirit herbs and spirit plants. As for normal herbs and medicinal materials, she didn't care about them, but if it was spirit herbs and spirit plants, she could process them. Moreover, the processed spirit herbs and spirit plants not only retained their original medicinal power, but also enhanced their characteristics, which would be of great help to Xian Yao. The rain was still pouring and was gradually about to drown the stone platform. The lightning gradually disappeared, and the entire world was white. The scenery 10 meters away was blurry. Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know how long this rain will last. If we continue to stay here, we'll probably just be waiting. There's not much point. Let's go back to the mirror world first." With the mirror world, if the weather outside changed too much, they would have a place to rest. They wouldn't have to work so hard outside. Wu Yang looked at the rain and the rapidly rising water level. "Okay, let's go back first. We'll come back in 2 days." Everyone immediately returned to the mirror world. As for the wooden shack, Lei Xingfeng didn't even take it back. He just left it there. After returning to the mirror world, everyone went home. Lei Xingfeng brought Lei Xian Yao back to the front yard. Jean Dia, Tiger Love, Mad Eagle, and Ashanel were sitting in the wooden shack. When they saw Lei Xingfeng, they all stood up. With just a glance, Lei Xingfeng knew that they had all successfully advanced. He couldn't help but smile. "Congratulations, congratulations!" After Jean Dia successfully advanced, his face looked like a young man. His body was surging with vitality. Lei Xingfeng knew that Jean Dia had finally passed this stage. Of course, compared to Tiger Love, Mad Eagle, and Ashanel, Jean Dia was much weaker. After all, he had been forced to advance to the monarch realm. It would probably be very difficult for him to advance to the monarch realm in the future without any heaven-defying treasures. However, Jean Dia didn't care. He had never dreamed that he would be able to advance to the monarch realm. This had been a knot in his heart, and now that it had been completely untied, he planned to try his best to advance to the next level. Even if he couldn't advance, he would be satisfied. Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, and Ashanel were completely different. The 3 of them still wanted to advance. With Lei Xingfeng's help, the 3 of them knew that they should still have some room for improvement. Lei Xingfeng was very happy. He had suddenly gained 4 monarchs. The strength of his faction was definitely the strongest in the secret sect. Including the few monarchs that had joined before, other than La Zi, the rest of the monarchs followed his faction. Just the monarchs alone had 8 people. If Lei Xingyao, who was a peak monarch, was included, Lei Xingfeng's faction had 9 monarchs and 3 monarchs. Their strength was unprecedentedly strong. Lei Xingfeng repeatedly congratulated them. Everyone sat down and Lei Xingfeng said, "This time, we found a lot of mineral veins. Uncle Jean, you have to organize people to excavate. This is the star python record with the coordinate. You can accurately reach the destination from the mirror realm. Also, that area is a mountainous area and it's very cold. Low-level disciples need to pay attention to keeping warm." Lei Xingfeng said as he made a copy of the star python record and handed it to Jean Dia. Jean Dia looked carefully and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so many resource points?" The star python record was densely packed with recorded mineral points, and there were even important points. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Compared to the resources in our hometown, it's simply incomparable. This time, Uncle Jean, Uncle Ing, and Uncle Tiger will all go. Ishanel will stay at home. When the time comes, we'll rotate. Pay attention to the important points in the record and prioritize excavating. Also, be careful of local cultivators." Jean Dia nodded solemnly. He knew in his heart how important resources were to secret sections. Now that they had the mirror realm, they had brought out many ordinary people. Their foundation was still there. As long as they found a suitable base, and then nurtured generation after generation, there would always be people with cultivation talent in every generation. This way they could replenish the cultivator team and strengthen the secret sect. Those secret sects that lost their ordinary people could only gradually decline unless they found a new foundation. Although Lei Xingfeng didn't care much, he had his own ideas. For example, establishing a cultivation apprentice. Every child that reached the age of 6 would have to enter. In addition to various learning, they would also be taught the most basic combat skills. Even if ordinary people couldn't cultivate in the end, they would still become stronger. As for those with cultivation talent, even if their talent was ordinary, when they reached the age of 16, they would be sent to a special place for cultivation, and there would be specialists to teach them. Of course, during this period, a large amount of resources would be needed. This was what the higher-ups had to worry about. After Lei Xingfeng's guidance, there were already a few hundred new people who had entered the cultivation team. Although they were only low-level cultivators such as Luan Masters, 100 Luan Masters, and 1,000 Luan Masters, this group of people was the next generation of the secret sect. Lei Xingfeng attached great importance to this generation. Moreover, they would start with the basic cultivation methods, which were completely different from the previous cultivation methods. Gucci was also focusing on the problem of cultivating disciples. After Lei Xingfeng established the cultivation apprentice system, he did the same. As time passed, Gucci also had a few hundred low-level disciples. In the entire secret sect, disciples were all treasures. As long as they found someone with cultivation potential, every direct disciple would fight for it. However, it was very difficult to fight against Gucci and Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng had a large number of ordinary people. For example, many people from Tiger Cliff Castle had moved into the Mirror Realm. Many people from Hong Tong's forces had also moved in. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng had taken up the majority of the basic population. After all, he had obtained the abnormal space of the Mirror Realm. At this time, Thunderstorm walked in. When he saw Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao, he couldn't help but smile. He said, "You're back. Did you find anything good?" He knew that as long as Lei Xingfeng went out, he would be able to find a lot of good things. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Not bad. I found a lot of mineral veins." "Yi, why are you here?" Thunderstorm said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news." Lei Xingfeng said, "What good news? What is it about?" Thunderstorm laughed. "It's about the magnetic storm mountains." Lei Xingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 530. Thunderstorm said, I opened the door to the back of the mountain. Lei Xingfeng wanted to enter the back of the magnetic storm mountain range. He hurriedly asked, Is there a cultivation record? Thunderstorm smiled, Of course there is. Intermediate level cultivation technique. I finally found it. Here, this is the cultivation technique I recorded. Intermediate level lightning cultivation technique. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. This meant that he had room to continue improving his cultivation. He said, Great, give it to me. He took the star python record and said, Is this a copy for me? Thunderstorm said, Of course, this is a copy for you. Lei Xingfeng happily put away the cultivation technique. He was not in a hurry to look at it. Instead, he asked, Yi, how did you get in? I remember that the restriction on the top was very powerful. Thunderstorm said, It was easy, really easy. I have to thank Buddha. Thank you. Lei Xingfeng suddenly reacted. He said, True body? Thunderstorm said, Yes, using the true body to barge in. It seems that this is the key. We couldn't enter before because we didn't have a strong true body. Now that we have a true body, it is easy to enter. Lei Xingfeng said, Is there lightning plasma inside? Thunderstorm said, No, there is no lightning plasma. Lei Xingfeng suddenly showed a disappointed expression. Thunderstorm suddenly laughed. Although there is no lightning plasma, there is a large lightning crystal. Are you surprised? Lei Xingfeng was very familiar with lightning materials. He said in surprise, Large lightning crystal? It is comparable to the hexagonal crystal or the sky evolution crystal. Thunderstorm said, It is much stronger than the hexagonal crystal. Of course, this refers to the lightning element. It is special. This is a special lightning crystal for us. I went to 4 or 5 stone rooms and found many large lightning crystals. As he spoke, he took out a large lightning crystal. With just a glance, Lei Xingfeng fell in love with it. It was a dark blue crystal, as thick as a thumb, about 2 inches long and octahedral. When he held it in his hand, he felt a numbing sensation. When he used a bit of his lightning energy, he found that a huge amount of lightning energy entered his body. It was extremely pure, to the point that his Lei Yin was constantly jumping. Good stuff. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but praise. Thunderstorm gave Lei Xingfeng a batch of big thunder crystals and said, There are more in the other stone rooms. I haven't had the time to collect them yet. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, It's okay. I'll go collect them when I have time. No one should be able to enter that place. Jean Dia and the others looked on enviously. An intermediate level cultivation technique, and one that was exclusive to the lightning element. This was too shocking. Jean Dia smiled and said, Congratulations, old master. Thunderstorm looked at Jean Dia and was immediately stunned. He then looked at them one by one. After a while, he said, How is this possible? He knew Jean Dia's situation. How could he become a monarch? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, It's nothing special. I just used a 10,000-year spirit liquid. Thunderstorm was shocked and said, The 10,000-year spirit liquid is so powerful? Lei Xingfeng said, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Look, Uncle Jean, Uncle Ing, and the others all advanced. Lei Xingyao couldn't take it and said, Yi, you underestimate our family's Shaoling. This is all thanks to her. Lei Xingfeng said, A spiritual item. When we were back home, we never heard of it. Only when we came here did we know of such a heaven-defying treasure. Thunderstorm said, Then what would happen if we used it? Lei Xingfeng said, The founder used the 10,000-year spirit liquid. Didn't Yi know? Lei Bao really didn't notice this detail. He shook his head and said, I knew he obtained the 10,000-year spirit liquid, but I didn't know it had such a great effect. Oh, I understand, it's because he succeeded that you gave it to old Jean and the others? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, It's always good to try. But I didn't expect it to be so easy to advance. Uncle Jean will be much better after this. At least you won't have to rely on rings anymore, Jean Dia sighed and said. Even if I use rings, I won't be able to last much longer. My usage went from a few rings at the beginning to over 100 rings in a year. I'll have to use one every few days. If I wait until I use one a day, I'll be done for. Mad Eagle smiled and said, in a few decades we'll be done for. Fortunately we advance. Otherwise we'd be fighting for our lives. They had all relied on the support of their rings to forcefully cultivate their way up. When they reached 9th ring True Lord, they discovered that they had no more potential. They would be stuck at the threshold of True Lord until they died. There was no hope at all. However, a single vial of 10,000-year spirit liquid changed their lives and forcefully pushed their cultivation to True Lord. Lei Xingfeng played with the large thunder crystal. It was very comfortable to hold in his hand. After thinking for a while, he released the sword seal. After thinking for a while, he tried to insert the large thunder crystal into the sword seal. In the end, before the large thunder crystal could be inserted into the sword seal, Lei Yin jumped out on its own and spun around his hand, emitting strands of lightning. It looked like it couldn't wait any longer. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Lei Yin said, "Wow, big brother, your Lei Yin seems to be hungry." Lei Xingfeng let go and the large thunder crystal fell. Lei Yin suddenly flashed with lightning and swallowed the large thunder crystal in an instant. Thunderstorm said, "Your Lei Yin is really different. Can even swallow on its own." His Lei Yin was different. It needed to go through his cultivation before it could gradually absorb large thunder crystals. He tried before and found that his Lei Yin could absorb about 8 large thunder crystals. Lei Xingfeng smiled and took out a few large thunder crystals. Then, he saw Lei Yin automatically swallow them. In just a moment, Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin had swallowed more than 50 large thunder crystals. Thunderstorm was dumbfounded. He knew that the more large thunder crystals Lei Yin swallowed, the stronger its master, Lei Xingfeng. His own Lei Yin could barely absorb 8 large thunder crystals before it couldn't continue. He didn't expect Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin to be so abnormal. Thunderstorm simply gave Lei Xingfeng some large thunder crystals and said, "When I collect all the large thunder crystals in the stone room, I will give you more. These things are very good. They should be stronger than thunder liquid plasma." Lei Xingfeng said, "That's for sure. If the restriction uses large thunder crystals as the core, I estimate that it will be several times stronger than thunder liquid plasma." Thunderstorm smiled and said, "More than that. As for how many times, I don't know." Jing Zia walked out and said, "Give me 2 large thunder crystals." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "You have already exchanged for hexagonal crystals. Why do you want large thunder crystals?" Jing Zia said, "They can display lightning attack power. The other crystals can only keep me full of physical strength and vitality, but they can't increase my attack power." Lei Xingfeng gave her 5 large thunder crystals without hesitation. The increase in Jing Zia's strength was the increase in his strength, so he was never stingy in this matter. Jing Zia's cold face softened a little. It was extremely difficult to make her smile. After putting away the large thunder crystals, Jing Zia turned around and returned to her room. Lei Xingfeng would also give her a copy of the information he obtained. Therefore, when she had time, she carefully read and analyzed all kinds of information. She knew much more than Lei Xingfeng. Immediately, Jean Dia and the others also stretched out their hand. Lei Xingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "You are not lightning cultivators. What do you want large thunder crystals for?" Jean Dia chuckled. "Since we've already become true monarchs, we can lay down some simple restrictions. But what's a headache is that we don't have any good activation crystals. Since you have so many big lightning crystals, just give us some." Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, Okay. Yi, you have to continue looking for other large thunder crystals. Otherwise, there won't be enough." Lei Bao was able to obtain over 1,000 great thunder crystals in a single stone chamber. These great thunder crystals were crystallized from the accumulation of thunder and lightning. As long as the stone chamber was still there, and the restriction that produced the great thunder crystals was still there, after a few years, more would be produced. It's fine. Just give it to us. Although this thing is precious, there are still a lot of them. Even we use a lot of them. The black bird suddenly swooped down and landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder, repeatedly saying, "There is also a bird. There is also a bird." Lei Xingfeng said, "Why are you joining in the fun?" The black bird was unconvinced and shouted, "They are not lightning cultivators. What do they want large thunder crystals for? The bird is the one who really needs them. The bird wants them." Lei Xingfeng had no choice but to take out some large thunder crystals and distribute them to everyone. At the same time, he also threw a few large thunder crystals to the blackbird, which swallowed them in one gulp. Basically, everyone was given a dozen or so big thunder crystals. These things were useless to them, and a dozen or so were enough for them. Basically, they planned to use them on the restrictions. Of course, the blackbird was an exception. That guy directly ate them. 2 days later, Lei Xingfeng, Gao Yi, Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, and a blackbird returned to their original place. They didn't expect that the heavy rain was still there. The original stone platform had long been submerged. Moreover, the wooden shed that Lei Xingfeng built was also gone. There was water all around. Only a few tall trees were still exposed. The 4 of them hovered in the air, each one stunned. This rain was too heavy and had lasted for too long. Wu Yang said, "Let's continue flying. Perhaps we can leave the rain area soon." Lei Xingfeng also didn't want to stay in this place. The 4 of them continued to fly forward. This time, they didn't send out the blackbird to scout the way because they believed that even if there were cultivators, they wouldn't be active in this weather. Lei Xingfeng had never seen rain like this before. It wasn't how heavy the rain was, but the duration and intensity of the rain. The rain didn't weaken at all. It had been almost 3 days, but the rain was still pouring down. It was as if the sky had opened a big hole and all the water in the sky poured down. Flying through the torrential rain was an arduous task. Everyone unleashed their own defenses to keep the rain at bay. They didn't dare to fly high, so they flew forward close to the surface of the water. The blackbird was lazy. It clung to Lei Xingfeng's collar and let Lei Xingfeng carry it. In this kind of heavy rain, it felt that flying was too strenuous. Chapter 531. After flying for half a day, they couldn't even find a foothold. Other than a few tree crowns above the water, there was no place to set foot. Lei Xingfeng said, "Ancestor, the rain won't stop. Should we go back and wait?" Wu Yang said, "Don't wait. God knows when it will stop. Let's work harder and fly out." Lei Xingfeng thought about it and said, "Okay, let's fly faster. I can't stand such heavy rain." The 4 of them sped up. Because of the low visibility, even if they sped up, they still couldn't fly as fast as if it was a sunny day. They flew for 3 days. Every day, they would return to the mirror realm to rest and continue the next day. After flying for 3 days, the rain finally weakened. Lei Xingfeng looked back and said, "If people lived here, they would be trapped to death. Other than fish, very few animals can survive here." On the 7th day, Lei Xingfeng and the others finally flew out of the rainstorm area. Then, they saw the terrain gradually rising and the ground gradually showing. In a moment, the 4 of them and the bird flew over a forest. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, "We're finally out. I feel like I'm going to mold." Blackbird said, Yes, the bird is going to be unlucky." Lei Xingfeng said, "You deserve it. I told you to stay in the mirror realm, but you insisted on coming out." Blackbird said, "Caw, don't think the bird doesn't know. If you put the bird in the mirror realm, you'll forget it quickly. It's the most unreliable." Lei Xingfeng often did this. He originally promised, but when he didn't see it when he left, he might forget. Blackbird didn't have the ability to leave the mirror realm by itself. So once Lei Xingfeng forgot, It could only curse in the mirror realm. But Lei Xingfeng couldn't hear it. No matter how much it cursed, it was useless. Lei Xingyao laughed and said, "Bird, big brother always keeps his word." Blackbird said angrily, "That's to you, not to the bird." It was very angry about this. As long as Lei Xingfeng promised Lei Xingyao, he would always remember it. But Blackbird wasn't so sure. Many times, Lei Xingfeng would naturally forget, making Blackbird depressed. Lei Xingfeng comforted it, Okay, I'll remember it in the future." Blackbird hurriedly said, "I'll keep my word." Lei Xingfeng said, "I'll keep my word." Blackbird said angrily, "Don't hee. When I hear it, I feel that it's not sincere. You can't brush me off." Xianfeng glared at him. "Are you trying to take advantage of me?" The blackbird immediately withered and said listlessly, "This bird knew it. I know. I'll keep my word." Lei Xingyao, Lei Xingyao, Lei Xyy. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then forget it." Gao Yi looked at Blackbird and said, "Poor Bird, I sympathize with you." Blackbird wanted to cry but had no tears. After a while, he raised his little head and said, "When the bird's strength rises to the same level as you, you'll keep your word." He wasn't stupid at all. He knew that only when one's status and strength matched, he could attract people's attention. Under Lei Xingfeng's influence, he now knew the importance of strength. Wu Yang couldn't help but praise, "Even the bird knows to be strong." Lei Xingfeng said, "Every day he listens to us, of course he knows. If he doesn't have strength, then he'll just wait for others to destroy him." Lei Xingfeng continued to look for all kinds of resources. This was a big forest. The most abundant things were spirit herbs and spirit plant. With Lei Xingfeng's eyes, he could easily find all kinds of good things, especially when the treasure light couldn't even be blocked by the trees. It was usually very precious spirit herbs and spirit plants. Therefore, the journey slowed down. Lei Xingfeng would occasionally bring Lei Xingyao into the forest to pick all kinds of precious herbs. Lei Xingyao's eyes were opened. She didn't think that Lei Xingfeng could so accurately determine the location of spirit herbs, succeeding a few times. She liked to shout and shout. Even Lin Ling was surprised. To Lin Ling, spirit herbs and spirit plants were the foundation of her strength. The more spirit herbs and spirit plants, or other spirit items, the stronger Lin Ling's strength would be. Therefore, if she relied on her own strength, she wouldn't be able to get so many resources, but with Lei Xingyao, it meant that she would grow faster. For the next few days, Lin Ling was simply overjoyed. Large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit plants made her weak body start to become stronger. While absorbing the power of the spirit herbs, Lin Ling also had the ability to process the spirit herbs once, and then instruct Lei Xingyao to collect them. The spirit herbs processed by Lin Ling had better medicinal effects, and they could be stored for a longer time than those processed by wood element cultivators. Wu Yang and Gao Yi didn't have a trace of impatience. Every time Lei Xingfeng brought Lei Xingyao into the forest, they would wait quietly on the treetops until the two flew up again, and then continue flying. Lei Xingfeng only chose spirit herbs and spirit plants with strong treasure light, and gave up on the weaker ones. He didn't have much time to stay in this forest. After all, they were still on their way. Just when Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao flew down again, Wu Yang and Gao Yi landed on a branch of a huge tree and waited. At this moment, the two saw a light flying over from afar. Wu Yang said, "Old Gao, go inform a Feng, be careful and hide." He could tell that the other party wasn't weak with one look. Although he wasn't afraid, he still had to try his best to avoid face-to-face. That light flashed past about a few hundred meters to the left, and with a xiao sound, Wu Yang could clearly see that it was a person, who didn't seem to have noticed him, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. After a while, Lei Xingfeng and the other two flew to Wu Yang's side. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Who was it?" Wu Yang said, "I only saw a silhouette. It seemed to be using a sword seal to fly. its speed was very fast, and it flew over in an instant. This person's strength isn't weak, Lei Xingfeng said. In other words, we're starting to get close to the location of the local sects or schools? Wu Yang said, that's right, they're starting to be active practitioners. Gao Yi said, right now we're just like thieves. Fuck, this is too depressing. Right now they didn't understand the situation, so they had to hide their tracks, because they didn't know how the local practitioners would treat them, so they had to be careful. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. That's right, it's too depressing. Lei Xingyao didn't want to fight at all, she said. If we can avoid them, then we'll avoid them, we'll just find our own things, why bother with them? Gao Yi said, the real good things have already been circled by the large sects and schools. If you go to collect them, you'll be surrounded and attacked by them. Lei Xingyao waved her small fist. Damn it! Our Shaoling hasn't had enough yet. Lei Xingfeng looked at his little sister speechlessly. She didn't care about anything now, she only cared about Linling. It was best to find more spirit herbs and spirit plants, those were all Linling's food. Gao Yi said, I think the real places that produce good things are either restricted or guarded by large amounts of people. If we go in, the consequences will be severe. Wu Yang nodded slightly, he said, let's avoid conflict for now. We'll first grasp the terrain, find uninhabited resources, and secretly develop the mirror world. This will take time. Lei Xingfeng said, Uncle Gao is right, I think so too. The real good places should have been taken by those large sects and schools, just like when we were in the mountains the best mines were already taken. The reason we found so many mines was because they didn't care at all. Wu Yang nodded, this place is too rich. Lei Xingfeng said, we're like poor kids from a remote village, we can't compare to the people here. The few of them tried their best to guess, but they didn't understand without contact. In fact, everyone knew it very well, but they couldn't interact with the local cultivators at all. The people here were very strange, they were born with an arrogant attitude. When they saw people like Lei Xingfeng, they didn't have a good attitude. The people in the secret sects were also very arrogant, they were kings in their hometown, of course, they didn't respect the local cultivators, so it wasn't strange for them to have conflicts when they saw them. Lei Xingfeng said, how do we go? Wu Yang said, just keep walking, if we encounter people, try to avoid conflict. Gao Yi said, what if they don't want to let us go? Wu Yang wasn't someone to be trifled with, he said plainly. If they really want to make things difficult for us, then let's kill them, who's afraid of who? Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi both laughed. That's right, who's afraid of who? Since they had entered outer space, they had already thrown caution to the wind. Some things you can't just give in, you have to fight, if you can't, then you'll be done for. Lei Xingyao didn't say anything, she didn't like to fight, and she didn't need to. She just followed her brother, her mission was to refine all kinds of medicine and find all kinds of spirit herbs. The black bird said, since we're here, it's better for the bird to scout. Wu Yang nodded, then we'll have to trouble the bird, Biud. His polite words immediately made the black bird excited, it said, no trouble, birds like to scout. After saying that, it flew out. The four of them followed the black bird and flew forward. Lei Xingfeng and Lei Xingyao temporarily stopped looking for spirit herbs in the forest. After flying for a while, the trees on the ground began to decrease. The black bird suddenly flew back, it said, there's a road ahead. There's someone. Wu Yang said, let's go down first. The four of them quickly landed on the ground. Lei Xingfeng asked, is it a small road or a big road, who are they? Are they normal people or practitioners? The black bird said, small road, practitioners. The answer was very clear. Wu Yang said, how many people? The black bird said, 3 people, walking very slowly. Gao Yi said, should we stop them and ask? Chapter 532. Xian Yao shook her head and said, this place should be close to some sect. I don't know if it's a large or medium sect, but I do know that if we stop them, they will definitely clash with us. Uncle Gao, let's make a bet. Wu Yang said in annoyance. We're always wandering around the local practitioners and can't get any useful information. It's really troublesome. Xian Yao said, but why are they so hostile towards us? There has to be a reason, right? Wu Yang smiled bitterly. Gao Ye's eyes flashed with confusion. Lei Xingfeng said, I don't know. Maybe they've suffered before? Or were they exterminated by outsiders? I also don't understand why they're so hostile towards us. In the end, it was Wu Yang who said, last time when we took over Wild Goose Sect, they had a special method. Once we kill their people, they can immediately track us. If we catch these three and can't help but kill them, it will be troublesome. Forget it, let's ignore them and go around. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, it's really like being a thief. This place is not friendly at all. Wu Yang said, we only have the power to protect ourselves. The possibility of attacking is close to zero. Also, we don't know much about the local sections. When we took over Wild Goose Sect, it was because it was a small sect. Gao Yi said, before we understand the situation, before we have two Dao Lord ancestors, it's not suitable for us to make a move. Forget it, let's continue to hide our tracks and slowly develop. After thinking about it, Wu Yang, Gao Yi, and Lei Xingfeng finally became rational. Hiding their tracks was better than exterminating their sect. Even if Lei Xingfeng had the mirror world, it was still better than being chased. When it was time to act like a grandson, they had to act like a grandson. Unfortunately, they didn't even have the chance to act like a grandson. They could only hide in the darkness and observe quietly. Wu Yang waved his hand and said, go around that path. Lei Xingfeng said, Bird Beard, continue to scout. You did well just now. The black bird couldn't take praise. When someone praised it, especially its master, it immediately became excited and said, leave it to me. Caw. With a cry, it flew out. The four of them carefully followed the black bird and flew close to the ground. This way, the possibility of being discovered was much smaller. After flying for half a day, just as the four of them heaved a sigh of relief, the black bird turned back again. Blackbird said, there's someone ahead. Wu Yang immediately stopped and said, speak clearly. Blackbird said, there are about a dozen people hiding in a forest. I even flew closer to take a look. They are all cultivators. They are on our flight path. If we continue to fly, we will be discovered in a few minutes. The four of them immediately landed in the forest on the ground. Lei Xingfeng said, Bud, check if there's anyone in the other direction. Gao Yi said, it looks like there are more and more local cultivators. Blackbird said, Bird, go scout the way and see if there are any cultivators in other places. As it spoke, it flapped its wings and flew away. It was a bird, a genuine bird, so it wouldn't attract any attention. It was absolutely safe to scout and investigate. No cultivator would make a move against a bird. Wu Yang said, let's rest here for a while and wait for Bud to come back. The four of them rested under a huge tree. Lei Xingfeng even took out a table. Each of them took out their own chairs and food, taking advantage of this opportunity to eat and rest. Lei Xingyao delicately ate snacks. Her food was all prepared by Jean Depan. They were all exquisite snacks, nuts, candied fruits, small baked cakes, all kinds of dried meat and dried fish, and all kinds of sweet. These were all girls' favorite. Wu Yang, Gao Yi, and Lei Xingfeng ate very roughly. Large pieces of braised meat and baked cakes tasted very good. Jean Depan's cooking had already reached a certain level. The food he made casually, even dry food tasted better than hot food. They chatted while eating. After waiting for about half an hour, the blackbird flew back and landed on the table. It said, it's very strange, this bird can't understand. The four of them immediately focused their attention. Wu Yang said, what do you mean you can't understand? What's strange? The blackbird said, there are many cultivators hiding in the forest. This bird has roughly checked. There are at least a few hundred of them. A few of them pose a great threat to this bird. Lei Xingfeng's first thought was an ambush. He took out the star python record and said, "Mark it here, including the terrain and people." The blackbird quickly gave out the mark. Wu Yang, Gao Yi, and Lei Xingfeng looked at each other. This was a very typical encirclement in the shape of a half-moon. Lei Xingfeng pointed at the gap and said, "Is there anyone here?" The blackbird said, "This bird didn't have time to check before coming back to report. Jie, this bird just felt strange. They are all sitting in the forest, as if waiting for something." Wu Yang judged, "It does look like an encirclement. Who are they waiting for?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It should have nothing to do with us." Gao Yi also nodded. "Coincidentally, we just happened to pass by here. Luckily, it was Bird Buddha who went to scout. We were discovered when we went." Lei Xingfeng said, "Bird Buddha, go to the gap and see if there are people lying in ambush." The blackbird nodded. "Okay, this bird will go again. Give me a reward." It took the opportunity to ask for benefits. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Okay, your contribution today is not small." He took out a strip of star beast meat and said, "Eat it and go quickly." The blackbird swallowed it in one gulp and flew away. Lei Xianyao said, "Poor blackbird, one strip of star beast meat and it is satisfied." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Star beast meat is not easy to get. To the blackbird, this thing is a great supplement." He was not willing to eat it himself. He still had a portion of the star beast meat he got before. Wu Yang said, "This is a chance to understand the strength of the local practitioners. We can secretly watch without alerting them." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "It is indeed a good chance. Yao Yao, I will send you back to the mirror world." Lei Xianyao said, "Okay, I will go back." She also knew that she would drag the three of them down. She had no interest in fighting. After sending Lei Xianyao back to the mirror world, Lei Xingfeng came back. With the mirror world, it was very convenient. Wu Yang said, "When Bird Buddha comes back, we will find a place to hide." After a while, the black bird flew down and said, "There are only a few people at the gap of the encirclement, and this bird will mark them for you." After leaving a mark on the star python record, the black bird jumped onto Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and said, "This bird is tired, rest for a while." Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't worry, Bird Buddha, is there a place to hide?" The black bird pointed on the star python record and said, "Here, this place should be good. There are many giant rocks and many trees. If we hide here, no one will find us." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, you lead the way. Be careful not to alert them." The black bird flew up and said, "Follow the bird." The three of them quickly put away the table and chairs and followed the blackbird. The blackbird flew in the forest. The three of them trekked in the forest. They did not dare to fly. After spending more than half an hour, they came to a pile of rock. There were countless plants here, covering the giant rock. It was impossible to see anyone moving in the distance. After a while, Lei Xingfeng and the other two climbed onto a giant rock. There were several big trees next to the rock, covering the rock tightly. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, one could see the endless canopy, like undulating green waves. Lei Xingfeng climbed onto a big tree. He found a big branch and sat down. He said, "This place is very good. Let's watch the fun here." Wu Yang found a place to rest and sat down. Gao Yi climbed to a higher place. He smiled and said, "The view is wider here." The black bird landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and whispered, "The person closest to us is about a few hundred meters away. Speak softly." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. He hurriedly put his finger in front of his lips, indicating that everyone should be careful. After waiting for a few hours, Lei Xingfeng stood up from time to time. Suddenly, he saw a series of small black dots on the horizon. He said, "They're coming, they're coming." Wu Yang said, "I don't know who they are." Gao Yi said, "Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Let's watch the fun first. Maybe we can understand the local situation." After a while, those small black dots rushed over. Seeing that the route just happened to enter the encirclement, Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but say, "If there's no traitor, I won't believe it. This route is too accurate." Gao Yi said, "Maybe they've already agreed on a place to meet? Maybe they're not enemies?" Lei Xingfeng said, "This encirclement posture is not very friendly." Wu Yang said, "Let's watch. If they fight, we'll watch the fun. If they're not enemies, we'll leave. This place is too close." The blackbird said, "They'll definitely fight." Lei Xingfeng said, "Why?" The blackbird said, "I saw them setting up the restriction." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Why didn't you say just now that we're not in the restriction circle?" The blackbird said, "You really think I'm stupid? Of course there's no restriction here." Lei Xingfeng touched the bird's head and said with a smile, "You're smart. Not a stupid bird." Soon, that group of people approached. Lei Xingfeng estimated a little and said, "There's at least 50 people. I wonder how strong they are? There should be a few hundred people lying in ambush below. There's a big difference in the number of people on both sides. If there's a super expert among them, it'll be fine. If there isn't, it'll be very difficult for these people to escape." The atmosphere became more and more tense. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, and Gao Yi stared with wide eyes. The blackbird also stuck his head out and shook it. He muttered, "Caw, let's fight. I'm so excited. Caw, quick, let's fight." The originally tense atmosphere was immediately diluted by this guy's word. Lei Xingfeng said unhappily, "Shut up." His voice was very low. Chapter 533. Blackbird whispered, "Bird is just excited. Look, they've entered the encirclement." When the 50 or so people entered the encirclement, all of a sudden, the 50 or so people, who were still flying at high speed, seemed to be hit by an invisible force. In an instant, they all fell down. Then, they heard angry roars. Then, countless sword lights from sword seals crisscrossed. In an instant, the dense forest was swept clean. The ground was littered with broken branches and leaves. This kind of attack speed was incomparably fast. Lei Xingfeng only felt that in the blink of an eye, there were countless sword lights flashing in front of him. Suddenly, the ground became spacious, and the sword lights almost hit them. At this time, they could clearly see the confrontation between the two sides. Lei Xingfeng whispered, "It's actually a restriction that restricts flight." Wu Yang said, "That's right. First, they can't fly. This limits the possibility of escape. It seems that this is their battle habit. Feng, did you notice that when those people fell, they released sword seals? One to protect themselves, and the other to get rid of the eyesores around them." Gao Yi said, "They're very skilled. They did it almost without thinking. If it were us, we definitely wouldn't have thought of doing it." Wu Yang and Lei Xingfeng both nodded secretly. From this point of view, the battle here was quite intense. They should be very vigilant. Once there was a change, their actions would be the same. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, all the trees in the forest were completely swept clean by the sword seals of more than 50 people. Even the trunks of large trees that were as thick as a person's arm were cut into small pieces. The entire area was clear at a glance. Those who were hiding could not hide at all. Soon, a restriction rose. This was a restriction that didn't affect outsiders. Moreover, it didn't have any killing power, but it had the effect of slowing down movement. As long as one entered the restriction, their movement would be immediately affected. One had to know that in a battle circle, once one's movement was affected, one could be hit by the opponent. Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "So this is how this restriction is used." He immediately identified the use of this restriction. In the space within the restriction circle, movement wouldn't be affected. However, once one tried to escape, one would have to pass through the restriction circle. Of course, if there was no restriction, at most one's movement would be slowed down. There was no danger. However, if one wanted to escape and slowed down, then it would be a fatal problem. Wu Yang also understood and said, "Whoever runs will be unlucky." This move is really vicious. A few hundred people surrounding 50 or so people. Their strength can't be compared. The only 50 or so people who have to escape. It's wonderful. Amazing. Gao Yi couldn't help but praise. This trap is indeed forcing the opponent to fight. They don't even dare to escape. That, I noticed. Why didn't we use sword seals when we attacked Yi Go? Wu Yang said, "Maybe only large sects have this kind of cultivation method?" Xian Feng spoke, "That doesn't make sense. Strange, could it be that we attacked too quickly? Back then, it could be said that the attack was like a whirlwind." He knew in his heart that he used all his strength to attack. Wu Yang shook his head. "You have sword seals too. You know how to use them. There's no need to think. Sword seals attack." Blackbird said, "They're fighting again." From afar, the encirclement didn't attack as a group. Instead, one person came out and fought with one of the encirclement. Both of them used sword seals. A yellow light and a silver light circled back and forth. Occasionally, when the sword seals collided, there would be a huge explosion. Lei Xingfeng looked carefully. After a while, he said doubtfully, "They're not strong. It's like a battle between monarchs. The way they use sword seals is very strange." Wu Yang also said, "It's very strange. This kind of destructive power is not enough." Blackbird said, "It's a good fight. Har Ga." Lei Xingfeng said, "I feel that even if Bird Bud went, he could kill his opponent with one claw." Blackbird was very proud and said smugly, "Of course. Too weak." Boom. The two people fighting were thrown out at the same time. It was obvious that both sides were injured. Lei Xingfeng said, "I hope to see a battle that's above average." It was unknown what the two sides said. Because the distance was far enough, Lei Xingfeng and the others could only see but not hear the conversation. Wu Yang said, "They're here again." Both sides sent out another person. This time, the level was obviously much higher. Sword seals flew out again. Both of them were red. It was obvious that they were fire sword seals. In an instant, the ground that came into contact with the brilliance of the sword seals ignited. Smoke rose and covered Lei Xingfeng and the others' vision. Lei Xingfeng said angrily, "Damn, I can't see anything now." In the smoke, the red light flashed and the sound of explosions was continuous. It was obvious that the battle was very fierce. Boom! A huge palm suddenly appeared and smashed towards his opponent. His opponent suddenly jumped out of the smoke. Then, the huge palm hit the ground and the ground instantly exploded. All the burning wood splashed in all directions like a huge firecracker, and sparks flew everywhere. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Lei Xingfeng could see it clearly from so far away. Immediately after, the person who had escaped also raised his palm. Suddenly, a giant palm appeared as well. The giant palm was burning with flames. His opponent waved his hand and the two giant palms, which were almost the same size, collided with each other. Boom! 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 3 consecutive collisions. Everyone was retreating. The 3 collisions of the giant hands were truly earth-shattering. However, Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang and Gao Yi all saw that something was wrong. It was not that the power was not enough, but that the huge palm was very stiff and not flexible enough. Even using the huge palm required a certain amount of time. It was quite different from the illusory hands that they had grasped. The 3 of them looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Was there a problem with their inheritance? Lei Xingfeng whispered, "That's not right. I'm a little confused." Gao Yi said, "There's nothing to be confused about. Their methods are not enough." After 3 collisions, the 2 of them kept retreating. However, the cultivator that belonged to more than 50 people suddenly unleashed his sword seal when he raised his huge palm. The moment the huge palms collided again, the sword seal suddenly emitted a red brilliance and instantly pierced through the opponent's chest. That person looked at his chest in disbelief. Then, he collapsed. His opponent had won. Wu Yang, Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi were constantly evaluating. Wu Yang said, "A Feng, can you deal with that person who won?" Lei Xingfeng said, "If it's just the strength that he displayed, I can fight at least 2 of them." "Yes, of course I need to fight to be sure," he said confidently. Gao Yi also said, "Although he has the strength of a heaven monarch, the methods that he displayed might not be stronger than us." The black bird interrupted, "Once you learn the bird's true form, once you use it, you'll be invincible." Lei Xingfeng laughed and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. You might be stronger than those of the same level, but it'll be difficult to challenge those of a higher level." Wu Yang said, "Not necessarily. I only condensed my true form when I advanced to become a Tao monarch. This true form is not as good as the one I condensed when I was a heaven monarch. I specially spent some time to condense it again. Its power has obviously increased by a lot. Bird, this has a lot to do with it." The black bird forcefully puffed out its small chest. Its head was facing the sky as if it was saying that it was amazing. Seeing that Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi did not say anything, it could not help but say, "Bird, amazing. Ga." Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. This was almost the black bird's weakness. Once it was praised, it would definitely become dizzy. At this time, it would do anything. Another pair of people were fighting. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know what the conflict is, but according to the current situation, the ambushers seem to be playing with their opponents." Gao Yi was a little confused and said, "Why?" Lei Xingfeng said, "If they weren't playing with their opponents, they would have only focused their attacks when they entered the encirclement. I believe that not many of them would have survived. Now, they are foolishly giving up their advantage and fighting one-on-one. I don't know what they are thinking. I can only say that they are playing with their opponent. But after 2 battles, one of them died. Well, maybe he was seriously injured. We can't see clearly from here." Gao Yi had always fought alone, so he never felt that there was anything wrong with this. After hearing Lei Xingfeng's analysis, he reacted and said, "Oh right, this seems very stupid." The black bird immediately agreed and said, "Absolutely stupid. Much stupider than a bird." Xian Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What an idiot! What Lin Ling said was right. Wu Yang smiled and said, "Yes, if it's not playing with them, then what is it? I don't understand." Lei Xingfeng said, "If the side with fewer people wins more one-on-one battles, then it will soon be a group fight. At that time, the side with fewer people will definitely be at a disadvantage." Gao Yi said, "Both sides should have a great master holding the fort." Just when the 3 were guessing, another battle ended. This time, the side with more people won. It was going to be a group fight. Lei Xingfeng said. He stared at the battlefield and saw the restrictions rise quickly. This meant that the side with more people was going to group fight. Wu Yang laughed and said, "Idiot, they should have done it long ago. One-on-one, the side with more people is at a disadvantage." The side with more people quickly surrounded and stood in all directions. A large-scale battle was about to break out. The battle formation of both sides was very interesting. The side that was surrounded formed a circular defense, while the side with more people formed a funnel-shaped encirclement from the ground to the sky. Wu Yang and the others had never seen such a three-dimensional attack formation. Lei Xingfeng said, "That's it. It's probably one side focusing fire and the other forming a combined defense." Gao Yi laughed and said, "Nonsense. Anyone can see through this stance. I think it's a very clumsy fighting style." Xian Feng couldn't help but laugh. "It's indeed very clumsy. When you enter the trap, you should have charged outwards without caring about anything. Now that you're in a turtle formation, there's definitely a problem." Wu Yang said, "That might not be the case if they have backup." Chapter 534. Wu Yang's words immediately reminded Lei Xingfeng and Gao Yi. Lei Xingfeng said, "That's right. If they had backup, Then the previous battle and the current turtle formation would make sense. Roughly how long has it been since they entered the trap? Gao Yi said, It's been at least half an hour. Lei Xingfeng was a little puzzled. I didn't see them send out any distress signals. Wu Yang said, They have their own methods. We didn't see them, but that doesn't mean they didn't send out any distress signals. After the two sides faced each other for about 10 minutes, they suddenly began to fight. Both sides focused their attack. It didn't look as good as a one-on-one fight, but the degree of danger was no less than that. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Both sides were using all their strength, using all sorts of methods and attacks. The battle was in full swing. Lei Xingfeng observed carefully. He said, Interesting. This turtle formation is indeed interesting. It can actually link all the people defending together. Even if the opponent has more people, they won't be able to break through this defensive turtle formation in a short period of time. The defense is quite interesting. Gao Yi said, It's not just interesting. Look at the attacking side. They're starting to team up. With a few people in a group, the strength of their attacks is increasing. As the side with more people increased the strength of their attacks, it was obvious that the opponent's defense was on the verge of collapse. Sword light flashed, giant palms clapped, and rumbling sounds could be heard. It was really lively. The three people who were hiding in the distance and secretly watching were in high spirit. The three of them were evaluating the opponent's strength. This was extremely beneficial for them. One had to know that Wu Yang and the others were relatively unfamiliar with the cultivators of this continent. This was a rare opportunity. Lei Xingfeng slowly had an idea in his heart. Just like the secret sects in his hometown, the level of the cultivators here was also different. The secret sect's overall strength wasn't bad, but the opponents seemed to have some strange methods. From what he observed so far, their battle strength wasn't very strong in one-on-one fights, but when they worked together, their strength would at least increase by a level. This was something he needed to learn. Another point was that they didn't see any powerful experts, the so-called super experts, the core strength of the sects and clans. From the chaotic battle, it could be seen that neither side had a main force expert who could decide the outcome of the battle. Lei Xingfeng whispered, They're all perfected lords and heaven monarchs. There's not a single Tao lord or patriarch. Gao Yi added, Tao lord and heavenly monarch level experts make up at most 1/3 of them. Some of the cultivators are even weaker. They're about the same level as 7th, 8th, and 9th ring sage. We don't have to worry too much. Wu Yang sighed and said, With such good resources and such a good cultivation continent, their development is still very average. Gao Yi shook his head and said, It's still too early to judge. We only know the strength of this group of people. We don't know the true strength of the large sections. Moreover, these people might not be from the large sections. Lei Xingfeng said, I'm already feeling much better. At first, I felt very helpless. I always felt that the cultivators of this continent were stronger than us. Now I realize that we're not weak either. Wu Yang and Gao Yi both agreed with Lei Xingfeng's words. After passing through the bridge, they saw the hidden attack methods of the seal. The appearance of the phantom attacking the astral beast gave them a huge shock. At that time, almost everyone who saw that scene felt despair. It was too strong. It wasn't something they could imagine. However, the battle here was similar to theirs. Their methods and attack power were not even as strong as theirs. The contrast was a little too big. However, the three of them were already very satisfied to have a slight understanding of the level of the cultivators here. The black bird flew to the top of the tree and circled. It was always on guard. Because it was a bird, it didn't attract the attention of the two sides at all. At this time, the black bird suddenly landed. It grabbed a branch and said, Someone's coming. A group. Lei Xingfeng said, Which direction? Just as he finished speaking, he saw a group of small black dots in the distance. They were flying quickly towards them. Wu Yang said, That group of people is retreating. They saw the group of people who were besieging them quickly retreating. The group of people who were besieged no longer had the strength to chase after them. The fierce attack just now had already exhausted their strength. Even if they wanted to chase after them, it was impossible. In just a few minutes, the people in the distance had already rushed over. Wu Yang said, "Let's go. It's not safe here anymore." The three of them quietly slipped down and ran into the distance. They didn't dare to fly. Once they flew into the air, they would immediately be discovered. The black bird was still scouting ahead. Lei Xingfeng and the others ran on the ground. After running for more than an hour, the three of them stopped. Wu Yang said, "Let's rest for a while." Lei Xingfeng found a big tree and sat on the root. He said, "We should be far away from them. Founder, I think there should be a sect nearby." Wu Yang smiled and said, "That's for sure. Anyway, we should try our best to avoid them." The mission this time was very simple. Look for resources, record the terrain, record the location of the local sects and factions, and try to figure out all kinds of information about this place. There was no need to fight. They just had to do it quietly. The three of them began to discuss the battle they saw today and evaluate the other party's combat strength. Gao Yi said, "I don't know how strong the local cultivators are. I don't dare to say that the three of us can defeat all of them, but once we fight with them, at least half of them will die," he said confidently. There was a hint of contempt in his tone. Wu Yang said, "Yes. Even if they are Heaven Monarch realm experts, their combat strength is not that good. There is a gap between them and our secret sects." Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know where these two groups of people are among the local cultivators. Are they experts or ordinary cultivators? If they are ordinary cultivators, then the local cultivators are not weak. If they are elites, then we don't have to hide. We have to kill our way out." Wu Yang said, "Before we understand the specific situation, we have to avoid conflict. We should try our best not to come into contact with the other party. It is more suitable to act secretly." Lei Xingfeng said, "Contact is unavoidable. We can avoid it now that we are in the wilderness. Once a town appears, do we still have to avoid it?" Wu Yang said, "Of course we can enter if there is a town. Yes, contact is unavoidable. We have to be careful." Gao Yi said, "Most of the sects and factions here are the core. The same goes for the territories. Even if there is a town, it will be occupied by these forces." The black bird had already flown far away. Its mission was to investigate the situation in front of them. For example, if there was a sect encampment, Wu Yang and the other two would not have to take a detour. Of course, if there was a town in front of them, they could enter directly. Wu Yang said, "What will come will come. Don't think too much. It is right to be careful, but we don't have to be afraid of trouble." Lei Xingfeng agreed, "Yes, as long as we don't cause trouble, we won't be afraid of trouble." The black bird flew back quickly and said, "There should be a city in front. There are many people going in and out. They should all be cultivators." Lei Xingfeng said, "How do you know they are all cultivators?" The black bird said, "They all fly in." Lei Xingfeng said, "How far is it?" The black bird said, "Not far. We will see it soon." Wu Yang got up and said, "Okay, let's go. There is finally a city." The three of them got up and flew. After flying for about half an hour, Lei Xingfeng could already see the city. This city was very unique. It was built on a high ground dozens of meters above the ground. The base was like a huge rock, covering a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The whole city was high above the ground, so it could be seen clearly from afar. Moreover, this city did not have walls. In the air, it could be seen from afar. There were many houses and many people flying in and out. Lei Xingfeng said, "This is a city? Or a sect?" Wu Yang shook his head and said, "I don't know." Gao Yi said, "It should be a city. Look at the forest below. There are many houses. Let's go down and take a look. If possible, we will go up." Lei Xingfeng said, "Fly over?" Wu Yang said, "Fly over." The three of them and the bird quickly flew over. Xian Feng had been paying attention to whether or not there were any restrictions. Only when they landed on the ground and there were no restrictions did he heave a sigh of relief. He felt that this should be a city, and an open one at that. This was a road paved with bluestone. There were obvious signs of maintenance on the ground. There were lush forests on both sides of the road. After walking for about a few hundred meters, they saw wooden houses built on the side of the road. There were also two-story buildings made of bluestone. Lei Xingfeng noticed that the people living here were all cultivators. However, they were all people with low cultivation. The three of them walked on the road. Not many people paid attention to them. They could see all kinds of people on the road. Whether it was their clothes or their appearance, they were all strange. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng and the others were not conspicuous at all. Wu Yang smiled and said, "It really is an open city." Soon, the three of them came to a place with a lot of people. At this time, they could see many shops. There were also many cultivators setting up stalls. Lei Xingfeng paid a little attention and found many things cultivators needed. For example, there were various kinds of preliminary refined ores, some medicinal herbs, and even spirit herbs and spirit plants. There were a few stalls with all kinds of metal weapons. These should be the things that low-level cultivators needed. As for high-level items, there was no sight at all. For example, there were medicines, sword seals, and the like. Lei Xingfeng slapped his head and said, "Founder, Uncle Gao, wait for me here. I will go outside for a bit." Wu Yang and Gao Yi did not understand what Lei Xingfeng was thinking. Before they could answer, Lei Xingfeng had already flown up and quickly flew back the way they came. Gao Yi said, "What is this kid doing?" Wu Yang smiled and said, "Since a Feng wants us to wait, we will wait." Chapter 535. After a short while, Xian Feng brought Xian Yao back. He purposely ran far away before entering the mirror realm to bring Xian Yao out. One must know that Xian Yao loved shopping the most. Rumble. As soon as Lei Xingfeng and Xian Yao arrived, there was a huge explosion. A thick cloud of smoke rose, and then two people flew into the air. Both of them held weapons in their hands. One held a giant axe, and the other held a large machete. Boom, boom, boom. They were all fighting with brute force, fierce and valiant. The most peculiar thing was that the people on the street only looked up and then went on with their own business, as if there was no battle at all. Moments later, the axe-wielding person chopped down on the opponent's head. Instantly, it was as though there was a rain of blood. The person holding the machete was chopped to death. Lei Xingfeng stopped a cultivator and asked, "Isn't killing prohibited here?" That person looked strangely at Lei Xingfeng and said, "Of course, killing is not prohibited." Then, he turned and left. Wu Yang and the rest were dazed. What kind of rule was this? Xian Yao was a bit scared. She wasn't weak, she was already a peak monarch, but she didn't have any battle experience. She didn't like to battle, she rarely thought about battle techniques and methods, so of course she would be scared. Lei Xingfeng comforted, "Don't be scared, it's fine." Xian Yao smiled bitterly and said, "I'll learn how to fight in the future too." Lei Xingfeng agreed. This cultivation world was rather cruel. If you didn't have the power to protect yourself, it would be very dangerous outside. Lei Xingfeng knew he couldn't protect her forever. He said, "Okay, I'll teach you when we get back to the mirror realm." Lin Ling carefully poked her head out of Xian Yao's collar and said softly, "Don't worry, with me here, sister's power will improve very quickly." Lei Xingfeng said, "Go back and don't come out." He lowered his voice. If Lin Ling's existence was discovered, it would be a disaster. The existence of spirit items, especially spirit items that already had their own consciousness, were coveted by supermasters. Lei Xian Yao understood this and quickly took Lin Ling into the wooden seal. Wu Yang said, "Be careful in the future. Don't come out so easily. It's too eye-catching." Xian Yao nodded. Luckily, no one noticed Lin Ling. The four of them continued to walk along the main street. In just 10 minutes they had seen 2 battles and 2 people had died. The four of them were dumbfounded. This place was actually so chaotic. They walked to a cliff and looked up. Above them was the city, about 30 meters above the ground. Wu Yang didn't know where they entered from, but the four of them could fly, so they directly flew up. They flew up the cliff that was 90 degrees vertical. This cliff wasn't natural, but man-made. It was probably one or a few people with extremely high cultivation who forcefully raised the ground to form the foundation. At first, this place wasn't a city, but a sect space. Later, this sect declined and this place evolved into a city. The four of them carefully flew up to the city and quickly entered the city street. During the process of entering, no one stopped them. Lei Xingfeng couldn't resist sending lightning into his eyes. After a few seconds, Lei Xingfeng said in shock, "Almost 80% of the houses have protection restrictions." There are all kinds of restrictions. Some are very strong, some are very weak. The houses facing the street obviously have very strong restrictions that can block most attacks. No wonder fighting isn't prohibited here. Once a high-level cultivator started fighting, it was indeed easy to destroy a city. This was why there were very few cities on the cultivation continent. Once a battle started, no matter how sturdy a city was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of a cultivator's violent battle. Wu Yang said, "Look at this house. It has been rebuilt at least 5 or 6 times. The color of the foundation is all different. If the battle is intense, even the restrictions here won't be able to stop it." Lei Xingfeng said, "From this point of view, the people fighting here are rarely high-level cultivators. Instead, there are many low-level cultivators." They chatted as they walked. There were quite a lot of people on the streets. Lei Xingfeng noticed that most of the transactions here were material transactions. Most of them were bartering. There were also all sorts of restaurants, hotels, and small inns. Most of them had a triangular flag hanging on the door. The shops here were very simple. The luxurious large-scale shops in his previous life were nowhere to be found here. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was even worse than the shops in his hometown. Lei Xingyao loved all sorts of material stalls and shop. Looking for materials here required a bit of foresight. Most of the materials here were all sorts of low-level materials. There might be some high-level materials mixed in. This depended on whether one's knowledge was extensive. If one's knowledge was extensive, they could easily exchange for some precious materials. Lei Xingfeng accompanied Lei Xingyao as they looked at each stall. Although Lei Xingyao wasn't very old, her knowledge was extraordinary. When she was in the secret sect, she was heavily cultivated. Plus, whenever Lei Xingfeng found relevant information, he would give her a copy. Therefore, she knew a lot about herbs and spirit herbs. Now that she had Lin Ling, her horizons were broadened. Soon, Lei Xingyao picked out a few spirit herbs mixed in with normal herbs. The stall owner was also a cultivator, but a low-level one. Lei Xingyao said, "How do I exchange? What do you want?" She looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her voice was crisp and moving. The stall owner's gaze was strange. He stuttered and couldn't speak clearly for a long time. There were very few female cultivators in this world. Most of the people on the streets were men. Lei Xingfeng's eyes widened. He said, "Hey kid, I'm asking you a question. Why are you in a daze?" Seeing that the stall owner was about to drool, he was awakened by Lei Xingfeng. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said, You decide." Wu Yang and Gao Yi stood at the side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These words were really asking for a beating. Lei Xingfeng said, "What do you mean?" The stall owner knew it wasn't good. He quickly added, "You can exchange it with rings. If you don't have it, you can also exchange it with medicine." Medicine was actually popular here. Lei Xingyao didn't have much, but she had a lot of medicine. She had practiced with countless low-level medicines. She took out a bottle and said, "This is a medicine for healing. It's useful for both internal and external injuries." It was a very common healing medicine. It was a small man-made crystal bottle that was bright red in color. The man took the medicine, opened the bottle cap, and smelled it. His face immediately lit up as he said, "Change it, change it." Lei Xingyao swallowed the rest of her words. She originally wanted to ask for a few bottles of this medicine in exchange. She didn't expect the stall owner to directly exchange it. This was a great bargain. The stall owner put away the medicine like it was a treasure. His face was full of joy. Lei Xingfeng and the others didn't know that medicine was a very precious thing here. Only large sects had medicine. Small sects didn't have any. Wood element cultivators didn't have any fighting power. It was a support attribute. Only large sects would accept wood element cultivators to make medicine. On this continent, medicine was a rare product. When Lei Xingyao took out the medicine, the other stall owners' gazes landed on the four of them. They all knew that those who carried medicine and didn't care about exchanging it for medicine were either people from large sects or had alchemists. Very quickly, some people saw that Lei Xingyao was a wood element cultivator. Some people's gazes started to change. Lei Xingfeng also gradually understood that this should be a market for outside cultivators. In addition, the cultivators here didn't all belong to sections. After Gao Yi entered the city, he quickly understood. He said, "These people should be wild cultivators. And people who left their sections." Wu Yang said, "This is very normal. There are so many sections. It's not strange for some cultivators to leave their sections." Gao Yi said, "That's why it's so chaotic." The four of them walked around a few more stalls. Lei Xingyao found a few more spirit herbs. Among them, there were a few that were very rare. These stall owners all chose to exchange for medicine. This made Lei Xingyao very happy. She had a lot of low-level medicine in her hands. She never thought that she would be able to exchange for spirit herbs. Seeing Lei Xingyao's happy appearance, Lei Xingfeng also felt very happy. Very quickly, they walked to the end of the street. After that, there were many shops. Lei Xingyao smiled and said, "Wow, so many shops. Let's go take a look." When they entered the shop, they saw that it was a shop that sold all kinds of fur and clothing. Although the local people wore all kinds of clothes, they had their own local characteristics. However, Lei Xingfeng's group was obviously different. Luckily, this city was a hodgepodge. Moreover, this place wouldn't reject anyone from entering. The prerequisite was that you had to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, you could be killed at any time. Lei Xingyao was very interested in clothing. There were all kinds of accessories here. They were all made from shiny minerals and animal bones. Some of the accessories, even in Lei Xingfeng's eyes, were very beautiful. Just as Lei Xingfeng was helping to choose, a group of people came in. There were about 10 people, and they quickly surrounded the four of them. Wu Yang's eyes swept over them. He already knew that these people's strength wasn't high. Lei Xingfeng took a step forward and stood in front of Lei Xingyao. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. The black bird jumped onto Lei Xingyao's shoulder. With its protection, Lei Xingfeng felt more at ease. One must know that the black bird's strength wasn't weak. Gao Yi took a step forward and said, "Surrounding us, what do you plan to do?" The people in the shop immediately retreated to the inner door. They seemed to be used to this kind of situation. Very quickly, a strong man came out from the inner door. He stood at the side and said, "Fighting is not allowed in the shop. If you want to fight, get out." The atmosphere immediately became tense. Chapter 536. The shop wasn't big, the entire room was only 20 square meters. After 10 or so people entered, the entire room was filled with people. Xian Yao hid behind Lei Xingfeng. She didn't understand why these people were blocking them, but they didn't show any signs of hostility. Gao Yi stood at the front, his eyes cold and on guard. Wu Yang had his hands behind his back, his expression cold. He scanned the area indifferently, not putting these people in his eyes at all. He turned his head to Lei Xingfeng and said, "You take the left, I'll take the right." Gao Yi was in the middle, so he said that. Lei Xingfeng nodded. "No problem." The leader hurriedly said, "We don't have any bad intentions." He waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately left the shop, leaving only 3 people behind. The owner of the shop let out a sigh of relief. If they fought in his shop, the whole shop would be destroyed. Gao Yi said, "What's the matter? If you have something to say, say it." He was a bit impatient. The 4 of them didn't release their aura, and their opponents weren't as strong as them, so they couldn't see through their strength. This was also one of the reasons why they didn't speak ill of them. The leader said, "My name is Ting Long, may I ask who you are?" Gao Yi was even more impatient. He didn't like to be disturbed. "If you have something to say, say it, I'm not interested in knowing who you are." Ting Long's expression changed slightly. "So it's like this, I heard that you have a lot of medicine, so I want to trade with you." He directly said his intentions. They didn't have this plan from the start, but because he couldn't see through their strength, his words became tactful. Gao Yi said, "What are you going to trade with?" He turned his head to look at Xian Yao, knowing that because they took out the medicine, they attracted the attention of the people here. Wu Yang and Lei Xingfeng didn't object to the trade. Xian Yao let out a sigh of relief, so they were here to trade for medicine. She didn't have much, but she had a lot of medicine. She was a pharmacist. Ting Long walked up and swiped his hand on the counter. Immediately, a box appeared. "Please take a look." Xian Yao said, "I'll do it." She went forward to check. Lei Xingfeng stood by her side, protecting her at any time. Black Bird stood on Xian Yao's shoulder, its small eyes staring at the other party. She opened the box and found that it was filled with ordinary herbs. Xian Yao shook her head slightly. She had plenty of these herbs, and was not interested in them. She continued to open the box, and found that there was not even a stalk of spirit grass. She said, "Sorry, there is nothing that I need." Ting Long asked, "What do you need?" Of course, Xian Yao wouldn't say what she wanted. Could it be that she wanted ling grass? She had intended to pick up the leftovers, but since the other party had taken out ordinary medicinal herbs, she was completely uninterested. She said, "I'll only exchange if there's something suitable. If not, then forget it." She then hid behind Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, you can leave now." Since Lei Xingfeng didn't want to trade, he wouldn't be polite. Wu Yang suddenly said, "If you have a map, we can trade." Lei Xingfeng immediately showed a trace of annoyance. He had actually forgotten such an important point. He really shouldn't have. Ting Long immediately showed a happy expression. He said, I have a map of this area." Wu Yang said, "I want a map of the entire continent." Lei Xingfeng added, "If you have a map of a large sect, that's also fine." Ting Long's face showed a difficult expression. He did indeed have a map, but he definitely didn't have a map of the entire continent. That was something that only a few large sects would have. This continent was very big. Even in large sects, the map was a secret. He said, "I only have a map of this area. I really don't have anything else. I believe that you won't be able to find a map of the entire continent. This thing simply wouldn't appear here." Wu Yang and Lei Xingfeng looked at each other. Lei Xingfeng slightly nodded. Having something was better than nothing. Wu Yang said, "All right, then let's trade the map of this area. What medicine do you need?" Ting Long said, "Healing medicine. I want healing medicine." Lei Xingfeng said, "How much?" "Let me remind you, we don't have much." He didn't give the other party a chance to ask for too much. Ting Long hesitated, then said, "Let's discuss." Gao Yi took a step back and said, "All right, hurry up." He knew that they wouldn't be able to fight. In fact, they didn't want to clash with the locals. All of their postures were defensive. They didn't have any desire to attack. After a moment, Ting Long came over and said, We have 17 people. Each person gets a healing medicine. I want another 5, and a total of 22 healing medicines. Wu Yang and the other 3 all showed a shocked expression. This was too cheap. Ting Long saw that the 4's expressions were not right. He felt that it wasn't right. He should have asked for more, he said. If you don't have that many, then 20, no less. Wu Yang and the other 3 couldn't help but look at each other. This automatically lowered the price. Lei Xingyao said, "All right, then 20. They were all things for practice. Normally when she saw low-level disciples, she would often give them to them. She still had some left, and this medicine was very easy to refine. When she first entered the secret door, she practiced concocting medicine. This was the most widely used healing medicine. Different from high-level medicine, this red low-level medicine could be refined with only ordinary ingredients. It didn't need to use spirit grass. Only high-level medicine would use spirit grass and spirit plants. Ting Long and the others got the medicine. They distributed it in the shop. While the shop owner looked on enviously, there was an extreme lack of healing medicine, and battles happened frequently. Such a medicine would be very useful in saving one's life. Wu Yang took a star python record, carefully looked at it, and handed it over to Lei Xingfeng in a moment. The star python record recorded an area of more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The mountains, rivers, and plains were all recorded on it. This kind of topographic map recorded by the star python record was even more useful than the maps of Lei Xingfeng's previous life. It could be recorded in great detail. There were also the locations of sects and their territories, as well as their areas of influence. Lei Xingfeng said, "This place is called China City?" Ting Long looked at Lei Xingfeng a little strangely. He said, "Of course, China City is the most famous city in this area. Many sects have set up shop here. Other than purchasing goods, they also sell their own sex products. There are also many wild practitioners who like to come here. Right, this place is also called Yi City." Lei Xingyao laughed. "Then isn't it China City?" Ting Long said, "Yes, many people say so." Lei Xingyao was also very surprised. She said, "Wow, it really is called China City." The little girl was very happy. Ting Long and the group left. He was already very satisfied with being able to exchange for 20 healing medicines. Originally he wanted to force the exchange, but this guy's eyes were good. He could see that among the 4 people, other than the little girl who was a little timid, the other 3 were too calm. This was not a good sign. This calmness could only mean one thing, and that was that with the strength of these 3 people, they didn't care about them at all. So Ting Long honestly traded. He didn't dare to act rashly. After the group left, the shop owner came up and said with a smile, "Dear guests, what kind of clothes and accessories do you want? I'm not bragging, my clothes and accessories are all the best. There is no shop in Yi City that has more goods than mine, and the accessories are better looking." Lei Xingfeng said, "Little sister, you go and choose, right? What do you want? Ring or something else?" The shop owner's face immediately showed an almost flattering smile. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Just the healing medicine from before will do." Lei Xingfeng said, "Oh? Exchange with healing medicine, how do we do it?" The shop owner wanted to ask for an exorbitant price, but he also knew that if he asked for too much, the other party could just go to another shop. He said, "You guys choose first, then we'll discuss how much to exchange." Lei Xingfeng thought that it was right. They didn't know how many clothes and accessories to take. The other party couldn't ask for how much to exchange for medicine. He said, "Yao Yao, you go and choose, take what you like." He knew that this little girl had countless medicines. Lei Xingyao began to choose all kinds of clothes and accessories. Very quickly the shop owner was stunned. Lei Xingyao practically bought everything. As long as it was something similar, she wanted to buy it for Yi and Lei Xingfeng, 4 Lei Xingfeng's subordinates. As for accessories, because she liked shiny accessories, she also bought everything. More than half of the goods in the shop were bought by Lei Xingyao. The shop owner only understood after a while. A trace of excitement appeared on his face. Perhaps this could be exchanged for more medicine. After haggling with Lei Xian Yao paid a total of 30 healing potions. This was nothing to her, but the shop owner was extremely satisfied. Healing potions were priceless in Yi City, and no one would trade them for anything. This time, he had gotten a bargain. Both sides were satisfied. It could be said that both sides were happy. Lei Xingyao smiled happily. She said, "Brother, when we go back, I'll make some nice clothes, hee. Some of the materials here are quite good." She didn't buy much ready-made clothes. She mainly bought all kinds of clothes, fur, and a large amount of accessories. When they walked out of the shop, they saw many people pointing at them. Lei Xingfeng said vigilantly, "What's going on?" Wu Yang took a look and said, "Strange, why did it attract so many people's attention?" Lei Xingfeng had a flash of inspiration. He said in realization, "It's medicine. The cultivators here seem to be lacking in potions. We've taken out too many of them." Lei Xingyao said nervously, "Brother, did I cause trouble?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "Little sister, this has nothing to do with you. Don't be nervous, we're here. Nothing will happen." Lei Xingyao nodded obediently. She stretched out her hand to hold Lei Xingfeng's arm. Only then would she feel at ease. Wu Yang said, "Don't mind them, let's continue walking." After a while, they walked into another shop. This was a shop that sold all kinds of medicine. Chapter 537. Seeing the four of them enter, the shopkeeper's face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. His face bloomed and his smile was rather wretched. He politely said, "Dear guests, please take a seat at the back." The four of them were not afraid. After all, Wu Yang was a Tao Lord ancestor, and Lei Xingfeng had a pair of eyes that were different from others. He could immediately discover the Jinji, so they were not afraid of trap. Following the shopkeeper into the backyard, Lei Xingfeng immediately saw the Jinji and the nodes of the Jinji. However, this Jinji was not for the inside, but for the outside. In other words, there were no traps here. Lei Xingfeng nodded slightly to Wu Yang and Gao Yi, indicating that there was no danger. Arriving at the backyard, the shopkeeper politely invited the four of them to sit. He said, "I know that you are buying herbs. I have quite a few good things here, see if you can exchange them for your medicine." Lei Xian said, "As long as it's what I need, it's not a problem to exchange it for medicine." The shopkeeper's face immediately filled with smiles. He said, "Don't worry, there will definitely be something you like. Please wait a moment." He had someone bring a long table over, and then placed a few dozen boxes on it. He said, "Please take a look. I believe that there is something you want." Lei Xingfeng saw the boxes and knew that they were good things. These were boxes made of black wood, and these boxes were the best for storing things. Lei Xian opened a box, and her eyes slightly brightened. However, her expression remained the same, and she did not reveal that she liked it. In fact, her heartbeat had already begun to accelerate. After opening a few boxes, Lei Xian concluded that the shopkeeper was a knowledgeable cultivator, because the boxes were filled with spirit herbs and spirit plants. After checking all the boxes, Lei Xian said, "It's a pity, you shouldn't have handled these spirit herbs. Your methods are too clumsy." The shopkeeper's face immediately reddened. He had asked someone to handle it for him, and had collected it for a period of time. He said, "It should have maintained most of the medicine's efficacy." Lei Xian said, "It can only be barely used. At least half of the medicine's efficacy has been lost. If it wasn't for this black wood box, even half of the medicine's efficacy would have been hard to maintain. What a pity." Hearing this, the shop owner's face turned ashen. He smiled bitterly and said, "This thing can only be played by wood-type cultivators. We can't do anything about it." Although he had several attributes, the wood attribute was the weakest. He had no way of processing the herbs inside the spirit grasp. Xian said, "This thing is still useful. How many potions do you plan to exchange it with me?" The shop owner was so shocked by the previous rejection that he didn't know what to say. Originally, he wanted to exchange for more, but the spiritual herbs he obtained were not well preserved, so he didn't know how to exchange for more. After a while, he said, Then, you do as you see fit. Just exchange as much as you can. Xian Yao didn't want to lie to him, so she said, You say it, as long as I agree, I'll change it. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to say it herself. The shop owner thought for a moment and said, I originally planned to exchange for 20, then I'll give you half. 10 healing potions. If you have antidotes, can you give me 1, and 9 healing potions? He carefully looked at Xian Yao's face, afraid that she would refuse. Xian Yao didn't even think about it and directly took out 10 healing potions and 1 antidote. She said, Okay. As she spoke, she put away the wooden box and took out the potions. The shop owner carefully put away the potions. Lei Xingfeng didn't understand and asked, There aren't any cultivators here that produce or sell potions? Xian Yao also looked curiously. In the secret sect, most people knew how to make normal potions. Only the more special or high-level potions were made by wood-type cultivators. But the cultivators here didn't seem to know how to make potions at all. This made her feel very curious. The shop owner sighed and said, Healing potions, antidotes, and battle potions are only available in large sections. Some large sects don't even have enough for themselves, so why would they sell them? Xian Yao asked curiously, Battle potions? There are such potions? The shop owner said, Of course there are more battle potions than healing potions. Occasionally you can get them, but it's hard to get healing potions. Lei Xingfeng said, You still haven't told me, what is the use of battle potions? The shop owner said, It can temporarily increase your fighting strength, allowing you to explode with more power. If the opponent doesn't have it, then you've profited. If it's a tie, then you can kill your opponent. Xian Yao said, Oh, this kind of potion, I have it too. This was a potion that could temporarily increase Enli. It had a certain effect on the body, and was used to explode one's potential. Under normal circumstances, it was best not to use it. It was also a product for her to practice. She had made a lot of these strange potions, and even a lot of poisons. The shop owner finally understood and said in shock, You're a pharmacist? Xian Yao didn't mind. Her original secret sect specialized in making all kinds of potions and cultivation. The only thing she wasn't good at was fighting. But fighting was basically impossible. There were many people who wanted to protect their secret sect. In her hometown, they were a very powerful group of cultivators. I'm a pharmacist, what's wrong with that? Xian Yao didn't understand why the shop owner would make such a fuss. Lei Xingfeng, Wu Yang, and Gao Yi all understood that there was a lack of pharmacists here. The shop owner said sincerely, Be careful not to expose yourself as a pharmacist. There are many sects that will snatch people. Xian Yao was even more confused. Snatch people? Snatch what people? The shop owner said, Snatch people back to make potions for them. Here, pharmacists don't have a high status, but they are people that every sect wants. Xian Yao wasn't afraid, because when she was in danger, she could return to the mirror world at any time. Even if she was snatched, as long as she wasn't killed, then escaping was a very easy thing. Lei Xingfeng laughed coldly, Snatch my ass. Who dares to snatch people? Before he finished speaking, a few people rushed into the backyard. One of them said, Ha! Found it, it's really here. The shop owner's face changed slightly. Qi Rong? Who let you into my backyard? Qi Rong was the leader of the group. He had a strong body and a fierce face, looking like a hoodlum. He snapped his fingers and said, Old thing, don't be so shameless when I give you face. I'm here to do something today. If you don't want to die, scram to the side. Wu Yang looked coldly. This person should have the strength of a monarch, and a peak monarch at that. However, he didn't put monarch-level experts in his eyes. After all, he was now a Dao monarch-level ancestor, advancing from heavenly monarch to Dao monarch. His strength increased greatly. This was also the reason why monarch-level experts couldn't compare to Dao monarch-level ancestors. The shop owner hadn't reached monarch level, according to Wu Yang's eyes. He only had the strength of an 8th ring true body, which was almost negligible and didn't pose any threat. The shop owner stepped back helplessly. He said, "Qi Rong, don't go too far." Qi Rong laughed coldly. "If it wasn't for your uncle's face, I would have already beaten you to the ground." Scram to the side. The two guys behind him were also quite strong, having the strength of a monarch. The rest of the people were all 8th or 9th ring true body. Qi Rong quickly looked at Lei Xian Yao and said, "You're the one who sells medicine? You're quite pretty, haha." Lei Xian Yao was shocked. She hid behind Lei Xingfeng with a red face and said softly, "Is this person crazy?" Xian Feng consoled him. "Not only is he sick, he's seriously sick, he's crazy." Lei Xian Yao was amused by Lei Xingfeng and laughed. Her nervous mood immediately became much better. Qi Rong said, "This little miss is not bad, come with me, I'll make sure you have a good time, haha, you guys go and invite her over, be careful, don't scare her." He looked as if victory was already in his hands, controlling the opponent's life and death. Not only Wu Yang and Gao Yi were angered, even Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yang said, "This person is really an idiot, talking to himself, who does he think he is?" Qi Rong retorted, "I'm not a thing, I'm a master." Lei Xingfeng said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense." As he said that, his originally restrained qi suddenly exploded. The four of them restrained their own qi, so they looked very ordinary, no different from normal practitioners, but once Lei Xingfeng released his qi, his entire person was different. Qi Rong and the others felt as if the other party was a mountain pressing down on them. Their qi suddenly became unstable. The shop owner's face also changed. Lei Xingfeng released his qi. He was not far away. This qi was an all-around suppression. Wu Yang and Gao Yi didn't even need to care. Their strength was extremely high, they could easily resist this kind of suppression, but the others couldn't. Qi Rong kept retreating, his face was pale. He knew that he was in big trouble. Even if Qi Rong wanted to ease the situation, it was too late. Lei Xingfeng was extremely protective, especially his own little sister, when he was very weak. He dared to fight with practitioners stronger than him, let alone now that he was suppressing the opponent. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lei Xingfeng pounced. Once he was suppressed by the other party, Qi Rong couldn't use any methods. This was the suppression of levels. Lei Xingfeng was a Heaven Monarch Realm expert, and Qi Rong was a true Monarch Realm expert. There was a huge difference in levels. Of course, if it was Wu Yang who attacked, he didn't even need to attack. Just the aura of a Dao Monarch Realm Old Ancestor was enough to make him kneel down. Lei Xingfeng didn't care what the other party did. He suppressed the other party, and used the momentum to rush over. Both parties were already extremely close, so when Lei Xingfeng moved, he already appeared in front of them. Lei Xingfeng didn't use any weapons. He just used the strength of his fists and legs to beat up Qi Rong. Pai pai pa pa. A series of fierce punches landed on the flesh. Xian Feng did not let the people behind Qi Rong go either. After a series of punches and kicks, when everyone was lying on the ground, Xian Feng stepped on Qi Rong's head and spoke indifferently. "Who sent you? Speak." Qi Rong was trembling in pain. This kind of attack wasn't fatal, but it made people lose their self-esteem, and it was extremely painful, especially the mouth. After being beaten by Lei Xingfeng twice, at least half of the teeth in his mouth fell out. This was true pain, pain that penetrated the heart. Chapter 538. Qi Rong couldn't even speak, but the murderous glint in his eyes wasn't any less. Lei Xingfeng couldn't bear to look at this. Losing was losing. Harboring such hatred in his heart made Lei Xingfeng want to kill him. He said, "You probably still have backup." Saying this, he stomped down hard, and Qi Rong couldn't help but cry out. Wu Yang said, "Who sent you?" Half of Qi Rong's teeth were missing, so his words were unclear. His cold gaze stared at Wu Yang. In any case, it was a look of hatred. Gao Yi couldn't watch anymore. He raised his hand and shot out an icicle, nailing it into Qi Rong's thigh. Lei Xingfeng pulled Xian Yao away. He didn't want Xian Yao to see such a bloody scene. Arriving at the shop in front, they saw people blocking the door, a group of people, all low-level practitioners. Lei Xingfeng knew that these should be the people who came with Qi Rong, but no one dared to take the lead. They stared blankly at Lei Xingfeng and Xian Yao entering the shop from the back. They had a bad feeling. Their boss didn't come out after entering. Some people immediately left the crowd and ran away. Xian Yao said softly, "Brother, did I cause trouble?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you. The people here are courting death. Don't be afraid, let me take care of it." Xian Yao's heart was a bit confused. She couldn't understand why a fight suddenly broke out. She didn't know that the pharmacist was the target of those small to medium-sized sects. Even the pharmacist and the pharmacist were the targets of those small to medium-sized sections. Very quickly, Gao Yi dragged Qi Rong out. This fellow was beaten up badly, but Wu Yang and Gao Yi didn't kill him. This way there was still a bit of leeway, leaving the possibility of negotiation. If they killed the other party, this hatred wouldn't end until one of them was dead. Although Wu Yang and Gao Yi weren't afraid, they still wanted to avoid trouble. More and more people gathered at the door. Lei Xingfeng walked in front of Wu Yang and said, "This won't do, let Uncle Gao go disperse them." Gao Yi said, "All right, I'll do it." As he spoke, he rushed out of the door. He immediately released his aura and began to frantically suppress the people at the door. In the Wild City, there were very few Heaven Monarch realm experts. It was already very impressive to have one. Qi Rong was a true Monarch realm expert and was considered a small overlord in the Wild City. When Gao Ye's aura presence crushed over, more than half of the cultivators gathered at the entrance. Most of them were here to watch the show. In an instant, more than half of them were paralyzed. There were still a few who could barely stand, but all of them were so frightened that their faces were pale. When Gao Yi withdrew his aura, it was as if those cultivators had seen the most terrifying demon. With a loud rumble, they scattered one by one as if they were running for their lives. In just a few breaths of time, the entrance was completely cleared. Not a single shadow could be seen. Uncle Gao chuckled a few times and turned around to return to the shop. Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It's the same everywhere." The shop owner's face was full of bitterness as he stood at the side. He did not expect this kind of result. Although he had exchanged for quite a few healing medicines and even obtained a rare antidote, he had offended Qi Rong. His future days would not be easy. As for Qi Rong and the others, they were all paralyzed on the ground like mud. He did not expect that the opponent's strength would be so strong that he did not even have the strength to retaliate. He was beaten like a dead dog. It would be a lie to say that he did not regret it. Lei Xingfeng really wanted to send Lei Xian Yao back to the mirror world, but it was not convenient for a person to suddenly disappear here. It would cause people to think and guess. He did not want to expose the secret of the mirror world. Therefore, Lei Xian Yao could only stay by his side for now. This made him very vigilant. If there was a threat, he would eliminate it at all costs. Wu Yang looked at Qi Rong and thought for a while before saying, "They should have backup. Should we wait here or leave?" Gao Yi said, "How should we leave?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Leave or stay. I don't know how to choose. And it's better to figure out who the enemy is." He also had a headache. There was an enemy for no reason and he did not know who it was. He hoped that they would not provoke a large sect. Wu Yang said, "Let's continue shopping. If we want to play, we will play. If we want to fight, we will fight." Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh and said, "Yes, with the strength of the four of us and, even if there are three of us, there is nothing to be afraid of. One Tao Lord and two Lord of Heaven." Even if Lei Xian Yao did not count her battle strength, the strength of the three of them was enough to wipe out some small sections. Lei Xin Yao pointed at the people on the ground and said, "What about them?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Leave them here. They will send someone." The shop owner looked pitifully at Lei Xingfeng and the others leaving. He did not know what to do. After the four of them left, Qi Rong struggled to get up. He was pretending to be dead just now, hoping that the opponent would let him go. He did not expect that the opponent would really let him go. Only then did he get up and stared fiercely at the shop owner. He said, "Very good, you, very good." As he spoke, he helped up his heavily injured subordinates and limped away. The shop owner's face suddenly turned pale. He hurriedly packed up, locked the door, and left. No one knew where he ran to. Not a single person could be seen on the originally bustling street. Occasionally, someone would run into a house in a panic. Almost all the houses on this street had activated their restrictions. The faint brilliance of the restrictions filled the entire street. Wu Yang said, "We can't shop here." They all ran away. "The people here are too sensitive." Lei Xingfeng said, "They are not just sensitive. They are scared." Gao Yi said, "It's boring. Let's leave." Lei Xingfeng nodded, "And that's good. When we reach the wilderness, Yao Yao will return to the mirror world. A battle will be unavoidable." Wu Yang said, "That's good. Let's see the strength of the cultivators here. After I advanced, I haven't had a proper battle. It's good to test it out." He planned to personally test his strength after advancing. Gao Yi said with interest, "That's good. I also want to see the effect of a Tao Lord Ancestor. It will be very useful for me." Lei Xingfeng did not understand. "What is it?" Gao Yi said, "Let's see how powerful it is and see if it's something I can withstand. In the future, if I encounter Tao Lord Patriarchs, I'll know how to deal with them. If it's really strong, I'll hide far away from them." Wu Yang laughed out loud. "That's hard to say. Haha, there are differences in strength between Tao Lord Patriarch." The three of them chatted and laughed. They did not take Qi Rong and the others to heart. Lei Xingyao hugged Lei Xingfeng's arm silently. Lei Xingfeng quickly noticed his sister's silence. He said, "What's wrong, little sister?" Lei Xingyao laughed bitterly. "Brother, am I a burden?" Lei Xingfeng patted Lei Xingyao's head and smiled. "No, little sister, don't worry. You have never been a burden." Lei Xingyao said, "I want to learn battle techniques." Lei Xingfeng nodded, "It's good to learn. You don't have to be too strong. You just have to be able to protect yourself." Lei Xingyao nodded, "I will definitely work hard." Wu Yang smiled, "It's not that serious. We will protect you." Lei Xingyao nodded. Between her brother and the people of the secret sect, she was still very calm. She believed that Lei Xingfeng would protect her. This confidence had never wavered. The four of them quickly left Wild City. Because they had a map, Wu Yang chose a path and flew east. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lei Xingfeng let Lei Xingyao return to the Mirror Realm. He did not want his sister to face a battle. After Lei Xingyao left, the three of them immediately relaxed. There was a person who needed to be protected, which gave them a lot of pressure. After another 10 minutes, the black bird suddenly turned around and said, "There are many people lying in ambush in front of us. They have set up a restriction circle. With the blackbird, the enemy's trap would not work." Wu Yang said, "Take us there, but don't enter the restriction circle. We will tease them outside." The blackbird cawed, spread its wings and flew up, saying, "Follow the bird." Lei Xingfeng said, "Interesting. They even set up a restriction circle. The people here seem to like to set up ambushes." Gao Yi said, "It's useful. Of course they will use it. As long as we don't enter the ambush, they won't be able to do anything." The three of them and the black bird flew forward leisurely. After a while, the black bird flew to the left. The three of them turned. Lei Xingfeng's eyes flickered with silver light, and he immediately found the restriction circle. The restriction circle was not activated, but the light from the circle could not escape Lei Xingfeng's eyes. Lei Xingfeng recognized this restriction circle. The biggest effect of this restriction circle was to delay and seal, but it was not a restriction circle that could harm people's lives. Lei Xingfeng also noticed that there were a few small traps in the restriction circle that had not been activated. They were rather insidious. Once they fought inside, it was very likely that they would fall into the trap. One had to know that in a battle, any interference would cause changes, not to mention small restrictions and traps. When the people lying in ambush saw Wu Yang and the other two bypassing the restriction circle, they immediately panicked. If they did not come out now, the other party would fly far away. In an instant, dozens of cultivators flew into the air and surrounded the three of them, forcing Wu Yang and the other two to land. In fact, Wu Yang and the other two did not want to fight in the air. It was easy for them to be attacked by more people. Although they were not afraid, it would allow the other party to unleash their full strength. This was not something they wanted to see. Below them was a sparse forest. There was a relatively large open space. The other party surrounded them and landed. At this moment, the three of them carefully sized up the other party to see if there were any powerful cultivators. Lei Xingfeng said, "There are at least 3 Heaven Monarch Realm experts and 7 True Monarch Realm experts. The rest are not a concern." 10 experts. Lei Xingfeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The other party's strength was not enough to threaten them. Wu Yang was a Dao Monarch Realm expert. If Wu Yang did not advance, then they would have to fight hard. Fortunately, they did not step into the restriction circle. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Gao Yi could not help but be secretly surprised. 3 Heaven Monarchs had come so casually, and the other party's strength was a little beyond their expectations. They were actually not that weak. This sect should not be a small one. It was very likely that it was a medium-sized sect. Chapter 539. Because the three of them didn't enter the restriction circle, the other party was furious. One of them shouted, "It's that bird! It's that bird!" He pointed at the black bird and shouted. The black bird coldly replied, "Caw, idiot, fool, idiot!" The words jumped out one by one, incomparably clear and incomparably loud. That person was stunned by the scolding. This bird could talk? This confirmed that it was this bird that prevented the three of them from entering the restriction circle. Soon, they discovered something more important. Lei Xingyao was missing. The pharmacist was gone. They weren't interested in Wu Yang's group. Their target was Lei Xingyao. Soon, the group made up their minds. If they caught the three of them, they would definitely be able to find the little girl. Surrounding Wu Yang's group wasn't actually safe. Without the restriction circle, the three of them could break out at any time. The 3 Heaven Monarch Realm experts were actually quite shocked. They discovered that there were 2 Heaven Monarchs and one of them whose cultivation couldn't be determined. It was very likely that he was a Dao Monarch Realm expert. This made them cautious. A Dao Monarch Realm ancestor was a super expert even in a large sect. Normally, they wouldn't appear. Compared to the other cultivator continents in the entire extraterritorial starry sky, this continent belonged to the periphery. Its overall strength was not particularly strong, especially in terms of high-end forces. It was much weaker than many cultivator continents. Here, Heavenly Monarch Realm experts were the backbone. Although Heaven Monarch Realm experts couldn't dominate the entire continent, they were definitely not easy to bully. Wu Yang said, "Let me do it." He wanted to test his strength after advancing, so he took a few steps forward and said, "Why are you surrounding us?" At first, he had to act innocent. The 3 Heaven Monarchs looked at each other. One of them, who was obviously stronger, stepped forward and said with a smile, "There might be some misunderstanding. We just want to invite you to join our sect." Wu Yang found it funny. This kind of clumsy lie was only used to fool children. In the ears of an old man like him, it was nonsense. He smiled faintly and said, "Oh? Join your sect? Why? What sect are you from?" The man gave a local salute and said, "I am an elder of the Great 3 Gates, Ning Eaba. Wu Yang said indifferently, Wu Yang. The other two heaven monarchs felt that they were qualified to sign up, so they stepped forward to sign up. They were Shi Aba and Duli Aba. This name was a bit strange, but Wu Yang and the others didn't mind. A name was just a form of address. No matter how strange it wasn't a big deal. The Big Three sect, Lei Xingfeng had a mark on the map that he had obtained in Wild City. It was a medium-sized sect with decent strength. Wu Yang said, I have no interest in joining your great three gates. Ning Yiaba said, Oh, I see. It's fine if you don't want to join us, but the pharmacist with you must join us. Lei Xingfeng asked, Why? Shi Aba said, You can't beat us. His words were stiff and his accent was very strange. Wu Yang smiled and said, How do you know we will lose if we haven't fought? Lei Xingfeng noticed that this Shi Aba looked very strange. He was very different from ordinary cultivators. His eyes were bulging out of their sockets, his mouth was especially big, his nostrils were flat and stuck to his face. His skin was very dark. Was he a human? Why did he look so strange? Shi Aba said unclearly, You will lose. You have fewer people? Lei Xingfeng was stunned and immediately understood what he meant. He couldn't help but sneer. Fighting is not a joke. We may not lose if we have fewer people. Duli Aba said, Then let's bet on it. Bet on it? Wu Yang and the others finally understood that the battles they had seen before were the so-called bet on it. It was probably a local custom. Lei Xingfeng said, One-on-one? No problem, let's do it. Wu Yang said, Let me. Lei Xingfeng said, Let me try. He came to Wu Yang's side and whispered, Let me test their strength. Ancestor, you just have to hold the fort and prevent them from ganging up on us. Wu Yang nodded. It didn't matter who made the move. It was good to see the Heaven Monarch's strength first. Wu Yang originally planned to make a move when they ganged up on him. If he fought alone, he would be suspected of being a bully. Be careful. Wu Yang took a few steps back and stood beside Gao Yi. He said, Let's hold the fort. Pay attention to them and don't get ambushed. Gao Yi said, I didn't expect there to be such a lack of medicine here. We were too careless. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting, but it was meaningless. He didn't expect a pharmacist to be coveted by others. This place was really chaotic. Wu Yang said, We don't know anything if we don't come into contact with the local cultivators. This is also one of the prices. The two of them exchanged a few words before their attention was attracted by Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, Come, according to your rules right, let's bet. You are going up? Duri Aba said, Since I suggested it, I will go first. Let's agree that if you lose, you have to hand over the young lady, the pharmacist young lady. Lei Xingfeng said angrily, Bastard, there is no pharmacist here. Do we fight or not? Duri Aba said, We didn't agree. How do we bet? Ning Eaba said, Catch them and everything will be settled. Agree first and fight first. I don't believe they can run away after losing. Duri Aba said, All right, that works too. Wait until I catch you, then we will see what you choose. He looked very confident. Lei Xingfeng wasn't modest either. He said, Then let's fight. Before he finished speaking, a huge palm flew out and slapped over. Ning Eaba and Shi Aba shouted at the same time, Be careful. This speed was too fast, especially after the illusory palm flew out. It flashed with dazzling electric arcs, illuminating the entire palm into a greenish-white color. In an instant it expanded into a 5 to 6 meter long giant palm. Its speed was so fast that Daliaba had no time to dodge. He let out a strange cry, and a sword light flew out, slashing at the illusory palm. This was a sword mark illusory image mixed with red flames. Lei Xingfeng wanted to touch the opponent's sword mark and see how powerful it was. Boom! Ka! The sword shadow shattered in an instant, but it only delayed the giant hand for less than a second. However, this 1 second gave Deliaba a chance. His body swayed slightly, and he flashed a few meters away. The giant hand brushed past him with a whistling sound. Boom! There was another loud sound. A huge tree at the side, with its thick trunk, was instantly smashed into pieces. The practitioners who were surrounding it were in a panic. Lei Xingfeng whistled and slapped again. Duri Aba was extremely nervous. He also fought for some time, so he also slapped out a giant palm. Fire attribute palms were called fire palm here. Lei Xingfeng's was called Lei Yin's palm. Lei Xingfeng looked at the opponent's giant palm that seemed to be burning and shouted, "Come!" Bang! The two palms collided with each other. There was no technique to speak of in this kind of battle between big palm seals. It was a competition of whose palm was bigger and sturdier, and which contained more power. A head-on comparison of strength would clearly show who was stronger and who was weaker. There was no way to cheat in this kind of thing. In the midst of the explosion, Deliaba let out a blood-curdling scream. His fire print palm had collapsed. This time, the thunder print palm had landed on his body and sent him flying into the forest. Gotcha! Several cultivators chased after him frantically. This palm had sent him flying dozens of meters away. Lei Xingfeng didn't chase after him. He said calmly, "I won." Ning Aba and Shisi Aba looked at each other. They didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. What scared them the most was that Lei Xingfeng was an extremely rare lightning attribute practitioner. This was too rare. Shisi Aba said, "Let me fight." Ning Aba had a bad feeling. These three people were definitely not to be trifled with. Shisi Aba walked up and was about to attack when he heard someone behind him say, "I haven't lost yet." Duri Aba limped over. He looked very pathetic. His clothes were all torn and his face was covered in mud and grass. One of his legs was covered in blood. Ning Aba said, "Let him come." Shisi Aba hesitated for a moment before retreating. Seeing Duri Aba gritting his teeth, Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Again? Not going to admit defeat?" Wu Yang said, "Don't talk nonsense with him. Just beat him up. What's there to be long-winded about?" Hearing that, Xianfeng slapped him. He was starting to like this kind of battle more and more, direct and efficient. Although there was no technique involved, it was very satisfying. It was a competition of the strength of their seals. For example, if his lightning stamp was extremely strong, then his lightning stamp palm would be strong as well, to the point of being abnormal. Duri Aba wanted to cry. He was not ready yet. Why was he attacking again? He dodged quickly. Lei Xingfeng chased after him. He did not even need to move. He just ordered Lei Yin Palm to follow. This time, he did not push Lei Yin Palm but slapped from top to bottom. Anyone could see that as long as he hit, it would be a big blow. Shisi Aba and Ning Aba looked anxious. Shisi Aba even wanted to help a few times but was stopped by Ning Aba. He was not stupid and could tell that the two of them were also on guard. As long as someone here made a move, the other party would definitely not stand by and watch. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive slaps did not hit anyone. However, 3 huge palm prints were left on the ground. Whether it was trees or rocks, they were all smashed into pieces. Duri Aba escaped in a sorry state. He now knew that if the opponent was faster than him, the opponent would be in such a sorry state. He did not even have time to fight back. He only knew how to escape. Chapter 540. The black bird circled in the air and laughed as it flew. This was the first time it saw someone being beaten up so badly by Lei Xingfeng. Seeing Duri Aba running away, the black bird shouted, "Haha, don't run if you have the guts. Coward, coward. Shameless. Why are you running away? I want to fight. Coward." Shisi Aba and Ning Aba couldn't wait to kill this noisy bird, but the black bird was very alert. After it started cursing, it circled above Wu Yang and Gao Ye's heads, completely avoiding the two most powerful people. As for the others, including those monarch-level experts, it completely ignored them. Finally, Duri Aba couldn't take it anymore and flew into the air. Lei Xingfeng obviously wouldn't let it go and flew up as well. Duri Aba turned and flew towards the restriction circle. Lei Xingfeng already knew that it was a trap and didn't want to follow. In an instant, he released his sword seal. The Crimson Afterglow sword seal had already been modified by him. With the addition of various materials and thunder crystals, its form was not much different from a lightning sword seal. The lightning sword seal's specialty was its speed. A bolt of lightning shot out. When Duri Aba saw his opponent release his sword seal, he knew that he couldn't escape. He would be hit by the sword seal. The best defense against a sword seal was to exchange blows with the sword seal. Otherwise, it would be easy to be hit by the sword seal. Using a sword seal to exchange blows while flying was the most dangerous thing because you had nowhere to hide and could only use your sword seal to block. Duri Aba's sword seal was the same as Lei Xingfeng's Crimson Afterglow sword seal. They were both fire elemental. However, Lei Xingfeng's sword seal had been modified so many times that it was different. Although it wasn't lightning elemental, the lightning elemental characteristics were very obvious. When the two swords clashed, there was a crisp sound. Although they were both sword shadows, the sound was no different from metal. Once they clashed, Duri Aba was at a disadvantage. Lightning elemental damage was different from fire elemental damage. Lightning elemental damage could be transmitted to Duri Aba's body through sword shadows. In an instant, Duri Aba's hair stood on end. With a weird cry, he was stunned and fell from the sky. Lei Xingfeng followed up with a slap. Duri Aba couldn't dodge and could only howl in despair. Shisi Aba suddenly attacked and pushed out a huge palm. Ninja Aba's body flashed and appeared beside Duri Aba. At the same time, his sword seal flew out. Gao Yi was already prepared. When he saw the two of them attacking, he did not hesitate to use his ice hand. It instantly smashed onto Heisei Aba's palm shadow. After a few consecutive explosions, Heisei Aba and Ninja Aba worked together to save Duri Aba. Xinfeng landed and spoke, "You've lost." Ninja Aba was unwilling and said, "We only lost one round. I will fight with you." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Uncle Gao, come and try." Among the three of them, Lei Xingfeng was the lowest in terms of cultivation. Gao Yi was a veteran heaven monarch. Not only was he experienced, but his strength was also rather shocking. Especially after he obtained the Ice Palace's inheritance, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Gao Yi went forward and said, "All right, I will try." Wu Yang didn't fight to go forward. He already realized that the opponent was very strong, but compared to the three of them, he was still lacking. Especially when Lei Xingfeng didn't even use his true body. He only used his sword seal and Lei Yin's hand to beat the opponent into a miserable state. If it wasn't for the help of his companions, that guy would have at least suffered a slap. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Ninja Aba also couldn't stare at Lei Xingfeng. After all, the opponent had won. As the loser, he didn't have the right to choose. Furthermore, he felt that Gao Yi should be easy to deal with. On the contrary, it was Lei Xingfeng who gave him a headache. Thunder attribute cultivators were the most unbearable. Not only was the speed of the thunder fast, but the attack power was also very strong. It was best not to fight with such an opponent. Gao Yi went forward with a smile. After the battle between Lei Xingfeng and Duri Aba, he realized that although the opponent was at the same level, his strength was really inferior to him. He wasn't a beginner stage Heaven Monarch. He had been at the Heaven Monarch realm for a long time. In addition, he had obtained the inheritance of the Ice Palace. His strength had already increased tremendously. It was just that he didn't have the chance to verify it. Ninja Aba cautiously released his sword seal, which was also a fire attribute sword seal. The three of them were brothers and were all fire attribute cultivators. They had a high status in the Great Three sect. Ninja Aba's strength was stronger than Duri Aba's. After releasing his sword seal, he struck out his fire seal palm, which whizzed towards Gao Yi. Gao Yi raised his hand and similarly struck out an ice seal palm, which emitted traces of chilling intent. Ice and fire couldn't coexist. With a loud bang, the two illusory palms clashed together. Flames shot out in all directions, and ice shards flew everywhere. Lei Xingfeng understood what was going on. That flaming palm instantly dimmed down. The ice seal palm domineeringly repelled the fire seal palm. With Gao Ye's shout, it expanded again and continued to smash over. Ninja Aba didn't show any signs of weakness. The two of them smashed together head-on. The two palms circled in the air and blasted at each other. It was an extremely lively fight. Lei Xingfeng and Wu Yang were pointing at the side. Wu Yang said, "I finally understand. This is where the strong win. There are no technique. It's just a head-on fight." Lei Xingfeng said, "At our level, this is the best move. Especially in a one-on-one situation, I think it's not bad to use strength to suppress the opponent." The black bird was still circling in the air. It also had its own experience. It suddenly felt that it wasn't weak. If it used its bird's true form, it could probably fight with the opponent. Regardless of whether it won or lost, at least it had the desire to fight. From the ground to the sky, the two of them circled back and forth, using the same move back and forth. The two of them were fighting fiercely. The more they fought, the more excited they became. Lei Xingfeng rubbed his nose and said, "It's so boring. Uncle Gao, stop playing around. Be serious." Wu Yang also saw that Gao Yi wasn't using his full strength. He was only fighting with the opponent. He didn't know what he was thinking. Gao Yi actually had a plan. He was using the opponent to train his ice seal palm. This was a rare opportunity, so he was happily torturing the opponent. He was only slightly stronger than the opponent so that the opponent would have some hope. Only then would the opponent fight with all his strength. This achieved Gao Ye's goal. Hearing Lei Xingfeng's words, he laughed and said, "I still want to play a little longer. You're the only one who is impatient. Alright, watch me." Gao Ye's giant hand was emitting cold air. The entire hand became more solid, as if it had turned into a real hand. The veins on the palm could be clearly seen. At this moment, Ningyi Aba's hair stood on end. A huge threat made his breath unstable. Only now did he know that the opponent wasn't using his full strength. With a strange cry, he tried his best to stimulate his fire seal palm. He extracted more energy and poured it into his fire seal palm. The two giant hands were suspended in the air. They didn't attack, but quickly became stronger. The flames burned fiercely. The entire hand was covered in crimson flames, as if it was a torch. Gao Ye's giant hand was a different scene. The white hand was suffused with a green light. A trace of coldness caused the surrounding air to condense. The rustling sound of ice particles falling down made people feel cold. Wu Yang and Lei Xingfeng unknowingly straightened their back. The two of them stared at the two giant palms. They knew that this attack was the true embodiment of strength. Duri Aba and CC Aba clenched their fists nervously. They could see that this was the crucial moment. If Ningyi Aba lost, they would lose completely. This was not the result they wanted. Like a muffled thunder, the two giant palms moved and produced a huge sound. A series of explosions sounded. Following that, the two giant palms collided. A ray of white light and a ray of red light instantly collided. This time, there wasn't even a sound. A shockwave suddenly spread out. Lei Xingfeng and Wu Yang were both smart people. The two of them retreated at almost the same time. They instantly left the battlefield. The blackbird was even more alert. Before the two giant palms collided, it spread its wings and flew back. It even shouted, "You want to die. You don't want to die." Kaka, you're cheating people, no, cheating birds. It instantly flew far away. At this time, a deafening explosion sounded. Ningyi Aba was sent flying by the huge impact. Gao Yi also couldn't stand still. His body was thrown back. This force was too strong. Just the shock wave alone was unbearable. What's more, this was the explosion of ice and fire. The people who were nearby were all sent flying. Even Cici Aba and Duri Aba were no exception. The two of them were sent flying by this huge force. As for the others, they were even more miserable. This huge force sent people flying. If it was flat ground behind them, it would be fine. But it was a forest behind them. This was terrible. Some people were pushed by this force and hit dozens of trees. When they fell, all the bones in their bodies were broken. Only those who were strong could protect themselves from fatal injuries. Those who were of lower levels were not so lucky. This collision of palms caused more than 10 people from Ningyi Aba's side to die in an instant. More than half of them were seriously injured. A huge crater appeared on the ground. It was dozens of meters in diameter and dozens of meters deep. Ningyi Aba spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of blood also flowed out from the corner of Gao Ye's mouth. This attack didn't just contain his strength. It also contained Ningyi Aba's strength. When the two of them combined and exploded, even if Gao Ye's strength was higher than Ningyi Aba's, he couldn't withstand such a close impact. Gao Yi took out a bottle of medicine and poured it into his mouth. He had a lot of medicine and they were all high quality. Even if he was still breathing, he could still be saved. Moreover, he was only slightly injured. A normal healing medicine was enough to solve the damage caused by the shock. Chapter 541. Ningyi Aba was in trouble. There were very few potions here, and he had only prepared a few healing potions. They were the most ordinary ones. He saw Gao Yi drinking potions from afar, and he kept vomiting blood. He gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of potion to drink. He immediately stopped vomiting blood, but it was already impossible for him to continue fighting. Gao Yi paused for a moment, flew over again and said, "Again." Ice palm came out again. He did not attack, but just suspended the ice palm in the air, aiming at Ningyi Aba. Ningyi Aba's face turned pale. He knew that he could not continue fighting. If he did, he would really die. He cherished his life a lot and said, "I admit defeat." Wu Yang and Lei Xingfeng went forward again, and the black bird also flew over. Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Gao, how are you?" Gao Yi said, "I'm fine. I just did not expect an all-out attack to be like this. I was a little careless." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wu Yang said, "Let me do it this time. I won't bully you. I'll let all of you go. I'll deal with all of you alone." Ningyi Aba, Duli Aba and Cici Aba's eyelids twitched. This was too exaggerated. One against all of them? So domineering? The three of them had the same thought. Is he trying to scare us? However, after the two battles, the three of them immediately denied this thought. The other party must have a trump card that they did not know about. Ningyi Aba was smart. He knew that if they continued fighting, they would definitely be wiped out. At this moment, Wu Yang's Tao Lord Old Ancestor aura was released. The three heavenly lords of the great three sects were stunned. This was a true super expert. Even in the great three sects, there was only one such expert. He would not even go out normally and was guarding the sect. He was the strategic strength of the sect and would not be used easily. They did not expect the other party to have such an expert. Surrendering was impossible, but if they did not, they would be killed. They were already regretting provoking these people. Lei Xingfeng said, "Hold on, the three of you stay here. The rest of you retreat and wait." Ningyi Aba was stunned. On this mainland, the rule was that, after losing, it was basically impossible to escape. Killing was their style. Therefore, when he heard Lei Xingfeng's words, He suddenly had a glimmer of hope. The other party had a Tao Lord Old Master. This was too terrifying. When Wu Yang released his aura and pressure, he had already started to despair. It was too difficult to escape the pursuit of a Tao Lord Old Master. Tao Lord Patriarchs were considered top-notch existences even on this continent. In small and medium-sized sects, a Tao Lord Patriarch was basically a top-notch combatant. Of course, they were much weaker when compared to large sections. Ning Eba immediately gestured for his subordinates to retreat. He and the other two walked forward. Lei Xingfeng whispered to Wu Yang, "We need to understand the situation. Killing them is meaningless." Wu Yang nodded slightly. They were unfamiliar with this mainland. Of course, they wanted to understand the situation. Therefore, they did not want to kill indiscriminately. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng had a thought. If they could make friends here, even if they were hostile, they would be able to obtain a lot of information. Since the other party lacked medicine, under the premise of a peaceful dialogue, they could use medicine to exchange for a lot of resources. With this in mind, he stopped both parties from fighting. There was no blood feud between the two sides. As for the death of over a dozen people from the opposing side after the two of them clashed, that wasn't Gao Ye's fault. Those low-level cultivators were killed by the shockwave. That responsibility was shared by both sides. Ning Eba walked to Lei Xingfeng and said, "What do you want?" He had no choice. Since he had lost, and the other party did not express any intention to kill him, he had to give in. Lei Xingfeng looked at the big hole on the ground and said, "It's too messy here. Let's talk over there." The six of them turned and walked towards the forest. Soon, they arrived at a relatively flat area with few trees. Lei Xingfeng took out a table and 6 chairs. He took out a few plates of food and placed a few bottles of Murloc wine. Then, he said, "All right, sit down." The 6 of them sat down. Although Ning Eba, Dooley Aba, and Shi Si Aba sat down, their hearts were in turmoil. They did not know what Lei Xingfeng was up to. Lei Xingfeng said, "You guys need medicine?" Ning Eba had an awkward expression. He said, "We are not the only ones who need it. Other than a few large sects, which sect doesn't need medicine? Medicine is a necessity here. There are very few of them. That's why we came to invite the young lady who knows how to make medicine." Lei Xingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Oh, by force?" Instantly, Ning, Aba and the other two's faces burned red. Forget about martial arts, they were all beaten up like dead dogs. Their martial arts were completely useless. Wu Yang and Gao Yi also smiled. Lei Xingfeng's sarcastic words made the other party very embarrassed. Ning Eaba's clothes were still stained with blood. He coughed and said, "Since we lost, you guys have the final say." His attitude was very sincere. Lei Xingfeng said, "Very good. If that's the case, then we will not continue to kill. Indeed, we have pharmacists and all kinds of medicine. Of course, if you guys use force to take it, then you will have nothing. The consequences will be very serious." As he said that, Lei Xingfeng glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Of course, if you want to use another method, it's not impossible for you guys to get the medicine." Ning Eba and the other two's eyes lit up. The 3 of them understood what Lei Xingfeng meant. They could use another method to get the medicine. Shi Si Aba said, "Method? What is yours?" Lei Xingfeng said, "My method is to trade or exchange. I will use the things I need to exchange for the medicine you guys need. How about that?" Ning Eba nodded and said, Yes, we can trade, we can trade." Lei Xingfeng said, "Very good, I need these things." As he said that, he took out a page of the Star Python record and quickly wrote down the things he needed. Then, he did not pass it to the other party. Instead, he passed it to Wu Yang. Wu Yang quickly added some things and then passed it to Gao Yi. Gao Yi looked through it and then added some things that he thought of. He said, "That's all I can think of for now." This list did not include many things. Most of them were resources that the middle and low-level disciples urgently needed. It would be very troublesome to collect them by themselves. There were also a few precious items. Ning Eba took the star python record. The three of them took turns to look through it. Their faces were filled with surprise. Lei Xingfeng said, "How is it? Do we have these materials?" Not only did they have them, they had too many of them. This kind of material was not worth much in this place. It was a huge resource. Every sect would occupy a large amount of land, and there were countless materials underground. Especially the materials used by primary cultivators, they were even more numerous, and were not worth much at all. Ning Eba said, "Just these." Lei Xingfeng specially listed some precious materials. In his eyes they were ordinary. Hence, there was a strong sense of doubt in his voice. Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, there are all kinds of spirit herbs and precious herbs. These are also what we need. Otherwise, we would not have the materials to make medicine." There were even more plant materials. In this forest, as long as someone went to pick them, there would be a lot of spirit herbs and spirit herbs. Of course, they would need to mobilize the sect's disciples to search for them. According to Ning Eba's plan, a healing medicine could be exchanged for a bunch of spirit herbs and other herbs. Ning Eba looked at the star python record repeatedly. He scratched his head and said, How do we exchange? How much do we need?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You name the price. How much do you think we need to exchange for a healing medicine? Mark it in the star python record." Bargaining was necessary. Lei Xingfeng had already noticed that there was a shortage of healing medicine here. Of course, he would ask for an exorbitant price. As long as the other party named a price, he would increase it. However, this base was not easy to grasp. Letting the other party name a price was his little trick. Ning Eba thought carefully for a while. He discussed with the other two for a while before naming a price. After the three of them reached a consensus, Ning Eba quickly recorded it in the star python record. Then, he passed the star python record back to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng looked at it and could not help but agree. However, his expression did not change. He did not pass it to Wu Yang and Gao Yi. He quickly raised the price by 40% and passed it back to Ning Eba. Ning Eba took the star python record. He immediately smiled and said, "We'll go according to your price. I'll take as much as you have." Lei Xingfeng immediately became depressed. He knew that his price was still too low. However, after seeing the terrifying amount, he had to raise the price by 40% just to exchange for a healing medicine. This was already a sky-high price. If the disciples of his secret sect were to collect it, he did not know how long they would have to wait. He passed the star python record back to Wu Yang. Wu Yang did not change his expression. However, his heart was blooming with joy. This kind of transaction was really good. The lowest grade healing medicine was actually priced so high. There was no comparison between the two. Gao Yi was also shocked when he saw the star python record. This was even easier than robbing. He said, "All right. Although we are at a disadvantage, this can be considered a sign of our sincerity," he said confidently. Lei Xingfeng blushed with shame when he heard this. This was the epitome of being thick-skinned. Ning Eba laughed heartily. He stood up and said, "If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have used force. This is our fault." He apologized sincerely. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "All right, the cooperation is successful." Ning Eba, Shi Aba, and Du Li Aba all stood up and said, "The cooperation is successful." Lei Xingfeng said, "In that case, I have something even better. This is another type of healing medicine. Yes, it is used by perfected lords and heavenly monarchs. You were injured just now. I'll give you one, try it." Chapter 542. Lei Xingfeng said as he took out an intermediate-level healing medicine. Of course, he would not take out the high-level healing medicine. Even he did not have many of those, they were all life-saving medicines. Ning Eba was injured just now and drank a healing medicine. However, his healing medicine was not as good as Lei Xingyao's practice medicine. Its effect was very low and could only temporarily stop the injury from worsening. He still needed time to cultivate and recover. This intermediate-level healing medicine was light green in color. To Lei Xingfeng, he had a lot of this medicine stored. It was considered a regular healing medicine. Normally, it was better to use this medicine for serious injuries. Ning Eba took the medicine. He did not have much knowledge about medicine. After looking at it for a long time, he still could not understand anything. Lei Xingfeng said, "You were injured just now. It's a good time to test its effects." This medicine was very small. It was as thick as a pinky and as long as a finger. It was a pocket-sized crystal product. Opening the lid, Ning Eba drank the medicine in one gulp. Shisi Aba and Duri Aba watched nervously. Ning Eba's originally pale face quickly became rosy. After a few minutes, Ning Eba exhaled deeply and said in shock, "This is unbelievable. My injuries actually healed, what a pity!" He felt that it was a pity to drink such a good medicine. With his injuries, he only needed to rest for a few dozen days to recover. Drinking such a precious medicine made his heart ache. Ning Eba said, "How do I exchange for this medicine?" Lei Xingfeng said, "This medicine, there is not much of it. The price should be much higher. You must have something that can move me. This is not recorded in the Star Python record. It needs to be traded separately." Ning Eba nodded. "Sure, what do you want?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Rare spirit grass and spirit root. Normal spirit grass will not do. This thing needs higher-grade spirit grass." Ning Eba said, "No problem. Is a living spirit grass more valuable?" Lei Xingfeng nodded, "That's right. If it's a living spirit grass, I can give you a discount." Ning Eba asked, "Where is the transaction?" Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Yicheng to do the trade, at the shop where we clashed." He considered that in Yicheng, it would be difficult for the other party to do anything, so the trade would go smoothly. Ning Eba nodded his head in satisfaction. He was very familiar with Wild City. Moreover, it was within the sphere of influence of the Great Three Sect. They were considered the overlords of Wild City. They were very assured to trade in Wild City. Lei Xingfeng asked, "How many healing potions do you need for the first trade?" Of course, the more the merrier. Lei Xingfeng didn't think so. Anything would be worthless if there was too much of it. He said, 300 healing potions and 3 more of the potions you just took. How about that? 300 healing potions was a drop in the bucket for a medium-sized sect. However, it was better than nothing. Furthermore, there was also the potion that he used just now. Ning Eba said, "Okay, the first trade, according to what you said, 300 potions, and 3 more. We have no problem with that. We will prepare all the materials. When will the trade be?" Both parties were very excited. Once this relationship was established, it wouldn't be just a matter of trade. Wu Yang and the others had planted a nail here. In a foreign land, only by having a relationship with the local practitioners could one truly understand the continent. This time, Lei Xingyao had done a great service. Ning Eba stood up and said, "We will take our leave first and go back to prepare the materials. When will the trade be?" Lei Xingfeng looked at Wu Yang. Wu Yang said, "When will you be able to prepare the materials?" Ning Eba said, 10 days. 10 days later, we will meet in Yicheng. Wu Yang turned his head and asked, "Afeng, what do you think? How about we meet in 10 days to trade?" Lei Xingfeng said, "No problem, 10 days is fine." There was no need to prepare potions at all. Lei Xingyao had ready-made potions. There were also large amounts of low-level healing potions in the mirror world. These were all obtained from previous trades, and some were made by Lei Xingyao herself. Now that her cultivation had skyrocketed, she could make a lot of potions, especially high-level ones. She also had little Lin Ling, who was a natural spirit being, which would be a great help in making potions. This trade was mainly for low-level practitioners' materials. Next was large amounts of herbs. There should be quite a lot of spirit herbs and spirit plants, enough for Lei Xingyao to continue practicing. Making potions required a lot of technique. The most important thing was that it required large amounts of herbs to practice. It also required the practitioner's talent and a long period of training. Only then could a pharmacist become one. It wasn't something that could be developed in a short period of time. Gao Yi suggested, "Okay, you can leave now. We will appear in Yicheng on time." Ningyi Aba got up and left with the two brothers. The three watched this group of people leave with their dead people. Gao Yi said, "No matter what, we killed their people. There will always be a grudge, so we need to be vigilant when interacting with them." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "That's right, there's nothing wrong with being careful. It's still necessary to be vigilant." Wu Yang said, "Let's go back to the mirror world first and discuss." Lei Xingfeng said, "When they completely leave, we'll walk a bit and then go back." Wu Yang said, "You're sure they didn't do anything?" Gao Yi checked a bit and said, "I didn't sense them doing anything." Lei Xingfeng also checked and shook his head. "I couldn't find anything either. However, I believe they definitely did something. This is their method, we don't know. Last time when they killed the local practitioners, the other party did something and they also didn't sense it. However, he wasn't worried. He believed that the other party definitely wouldn't think that he had the mirror world." After a while, the three of them packed their things and flew to the side for half an hour. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's done." The three of them then returned to the mirror world. Lei Xingyao saw her brother appear in the courtyard and immediately rushed to him. She asked anxiously, "How was it?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "It's fine. Also, little sister has done a good job. Haha." He explained the situation and said, "We'll go to Yicheng in 10 days. After the trade, we'll get a large amount of resources." Lei Xingyao laughed. "Only 300 low-level medicines. Hee, I have a lot of them. I'll give them to brother later." Lei Xingfeng laughed and rubbed Lei Xingyao's head. The black bird fell from the sky and stretched its small head towards Lei Xingfeng's hand. Lei Xingyao laughed and reached out 2 fingers to rub the black bird's head. She laughed. "Birdbeard, this time your contribution isn't small either. It was the one who found the path and found the ambush. Of course it deserved the credit." The black bird was instantly happy. It liked to be praised. When someone praised it, it would be very happy. Its mouth kept making jia sounds. That was its laughter. Lei Xingyao laughed and lightly flicked it. The black bird immediately acted spoiled. "Pain. Pain. Ga." Lei Xingyao laughed and reached out a finger to rub its head. Okay, I was just playing with it. Don't use too much strength." The black bird hummed and then jumped onto Lei Xingyao's shoulder. It rubbed its head against Lei Xingyao's neck. Lei Xingyao laughed. "It's ticklish. Stop it." Wu Yang and Gao Yi chose to go home when they entered the mirror world, so they didn't appear in Lei Xingfeng's courtyard. As long as Gao Yi had time, he would definitely go back to the Ice Palace. So after returning to the mirror world, he went back to the Ice Palace alone. Ever since Thunderstorm broke through and entered the stone room in the back mountain, Gao Yi was very jealous. He knew that if he broke through the restrictions of the Ice Palace, he would also gain a lot. So when he had time, he would go back to the Ice Palace and try to break through the restrictions. Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love all sat in the wooden hut. After this period of cultivation, the 3 of them had already stabilized their monarchs. Although they were only at the early stage of monarchs, the 3 of them were already very satisfied. Plus, the 3 of them looked like young people now. This stage had also changed them. Lei Xingfeng sat down and said, Uncle Jean, Uncle Ing, Uncle Tiger, have your cultivations stabilized? Jean Dia nodded. It's stabilized. We just lack materials to cultivate our seals again. During this time, I plan to go out with Old Eagle and Tiger to find materials. The three of them had no choice. From the beginning, they collected materials for ninth ring true bodies. They didn't collect materials for monarchs at all. They had no hope of advancing, so finding materials was useless. But once they advanced, the three of them were dumbfounded. They didn't have the materials for monarchs at all. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's okay. I originally had a batch of materials for advancing to monarchs, but I didn't use them. I'll give them to you. If it's not enough, go out and collect more. If it's rare, I can't find it for now. You can ask the Patriarch and Master. Maybe they might have some." Jean Dia smiled. "Okay, this will save a lot of time and effort. We'll have to collect more resources in the future." Tiger Love said, "There's a big gap. The three of us will use up a lot of things." "This place has much more resources than my hometown," Feng Ying said. "I'm sure we'll be able to gather them quickly. Of course, with Feng's materials, we'll save a lot of time. We'll take them first and return them later." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "And just pay attention to collecting in the future. In this continent, as long as there are a lot of cultivators, the resources are indeed very rich. Right, this is a page of the Star Python record. Take a look. I've marked some resources on it. You can bring people to excavate them. There are many things you need." Jean Dia took it and looked at it. He couldn't help but be surprised. So many. The topographic map of the Star Python record was densely packed with marks. One could clearly see a line, which was where Lei Xingfeng had walked. Along this line, there were a lot of points. These were all resources such as small mineral veins that Lei Xingfeng had recorded. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.